Ой, наконец пошла клиентура. Будем знакомы. Потомственная гадалка, экскурсовод в астрал, королева карт Таро, ясновидящая Ксения.
여러분 안녕하세요. 저 다시 왔습니다. 뉴스 읽어주는 여자입니다. 어떻게 잘 지내셨죠? 지금 나스닥 차트 보니까 얌전하네. 지금 차트가 좀 양정하고 그 9시쯤에 발표가 있었는데 그때 확 떨어졌고 아무튼 지금 그런 상황인데 한번 알아봅시다, 여러분. 오늘 무슨 뉴스가 있는지 그리고 어떤 발표가 있는지 한번 알아보시고 우리가 주원 씨랑 같이 전달할 거예요.
That's the argument currently. Chef is going to catch up. Michael Shepard there, down in Washington, D.C. Tony's still with us. Tony, let's talk about politics. This will be the worst of this conversation, I promise you. So Choice Hotels is after Wyndham, and they're basically saying this shouldn't
안녕하세요, 여러분.
because big players like
네, 주원 씨 안녕하세요.
네, 반갑습니다.
혹시 오늘 재미있는 뉴스가 뭐가 있는지 아니면 뭐 발표 같은 거 뭐가 있는지 우리가 주의해야 할 것 뭐가 있는지 좀 알려주시겠어요?
네, 아까 시간 때문에 말씀드렸던 것처럼 나스닥에 계속 운전을 하고 있고요. 조금 전에 누님이 말씀하셨던 것처럼 한국 시간 9시에 NBA 30모기지 NBA 모기지 신청 NBA 모기지 시장 NBA 모기지 최종적 지수 NBA 구매 지수가 되고 있다. 그리고 시장 현재 미국에서 가장 큰 문제가 되고 산업용 다음에 연료 주택 부동산 그다음에 10시에는 페드의 보스팅이가 연설이 있어. 거기서 어떤 백화점을 팔아 비드적으로 발언을 하고요. 오늘의 가장 이벤트죠. 4시에 새벽 4시에 이거 190 회의록 하겠다. 그거부터 시작하는 노출 것 같은데 아무래도 기관에서는 발표 전에 또 4시간 뱀을 절치는 이 시간에는 이형을 비라든 이런 지금
네, 맞습니다. 그러니까 우리가 한 3시, 4시쯤 좀 주의해야 할 것 같고 그때까지 뭐 중요한 정보 별로 없는데 잠시만요. 한 10시쯤에 보스틱 애틀랜타 여는 전개 연설 발표가 있을 예정이고 그때 10시쯤 좀 주의해야 될 것 같고 그 이후로 조금 잠잠한 매매가 있지 않을까 싶어요. 그러니까 한 3시, 4시까지 버티면 돼요. 3시, 4시까지 버티면 되고 그때까지 좀 중요한 발표가 있는데 그때 좀 조심해야겠어요. 저는 초보자인데 근데 저는 이제 맛을 좀 알기 때문에 이럴 때는 진짜 조심해야겠다 이렇게 느꼈어요. 저는 나가리 진짜 많이 당했어요. 물론 지금 제 담보금이 좀 올라갔고 제가 원래 한 200만 원으로 시작했는데 거의 한 달 지났나? 2달 지났는지 잘 기억이 안 나는데 아무튼 두 달 안에 이렇게 300만 원 넘게 벌었기 때문에 좀 괜찮지 않을까 싶어요. 그래서 그래도 여러분 아시죠?
내가 갑자기 연락이 그러니까 신뢰를 너무 싶거든. 나님
아니요 괜찮습니다.
그리고 어제도 또 말씀드렸던 MBB야 MBB야의 실적 발표가 먼저고 그래서 또 양쪽 모두 옵션이 거래가 급증을 했어요. 듬뿍 운동성을 유리한 거죠. 그리고 엔비디아 실적 발표 확인 심리에서 운동성 확대가 대비했구만 실적이요. 실적 가이던스 및 H2070 계획에 관심이 한 거. 그래서 오늘 국내 코스피도 외국인 패시브 메시지로 부족했다. 국내 기관적 운동권 순환 매치 법칙 코스피 코스닥 등락 순환을 29일까지 대기업 정책 발표 발표에 2배에 의한 수급, 2배 수급 변화가 있을 거라 예상되고요. 그 영향으로 본론에는 코스피 코스닥 변화는 운전으로 작업을 했고요. 비트코인도 그 영향을 받았는지 조금 하락세를 하고 있고요. 다음에 나스닥은 어저께도 큰 하락을 하다가 참 막판에 약간 높절하다가 다시 오르던 기가 그렇기 때문에 오늘은 많은 전 세계의 투자자들이 정말 집중하는 날일 것 같습니다. 오늘 FOMC 회의록과 엔비디아의 발표는 참 미국 주식 시장을 흔들 수 있는 전망을 바꿀 수 있는 정도 레벨일 것 같아요. 많이 기대감이 있고요. 저희는 또 실전 매매를 잘하기 위해서 잘 찬스를 봐야 되기 때문에
네 맞습니다. 지금 찬스는 타이밍은 기다리는 중인데 근데 주현씨 전체적으로 봤을 때 지금 나스닥이 올라간 추세를 보여주고 있고 아니면 떨어질 추세 보여지는 거 어떻게 생각하세요? 지금 여기 1분만 틱이 보였거든요.
그 부분은 이런 것 같습니다. 물론 사람의 인간의 심리 지금 조용히 계속 추구하는 계속된 매수세의 흐름과 시장에서는 솔직히 기술적인 분석은 물론 제가 뭔가는 아니지만 사실은 지금은 많이 떨어져도 누구를 이상하다고 생각하지 않는 상황이에요. 하지만 그 상황에서도 새로운 AI의 미디어 실적 그다음에 M7의 변화까지 이루어지는 그 모든 것들이 이 지금 미국의 시장을 배열시키고 있는데요. 거기에 미국은 연준 파월이 앞에서는 어쩔 수 없는 고금리 정책과 어쩔 수 없는 간단함을 유지하고 있는 모습을 보여줍니다. 과연 어제도 한번 살짝 말씀드렸던 그게 과연 언제쯤 흐름이 바뀌고 언제쯤 그거에 대한 균열이 생겨서 하단이 오고 하분이 올지 이게 참 기대되는 타이밍인데요. 저는 개인적인 의견으로는 제가 시간은 정확히 알 수는 없지만 저는 분명하게 미국의 상하업용 부동산 문제와 은행들의 약간의 신용의 하락과 모든 것을 봤을 때 분명히 충격파가 온다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 저는 그렇게 생각하는 사람이고요. 그게 과연 언제쯤 올까를 궁금해하고 있고 시장은 지금 그걸 반영하는데 어제 장과 오늘 장과 제가 말씀드렸던 이 부분에 있어서 매도세가 다 계속 흐름이 될지 아니면 오늘부터 또 다른 큰 반등을 줄지 아주 기초가 지목되는 그런 날이라고 말씀드릴 수 있습니다.
와 역시 주원 씨 말을 참 예쁘게 하시네요. 저는 진짜 좀 머쓱. 저도 이렇게 해야 되는데 제 채널인데 역시 섭외를 잘했어. 진짜.
감사합니다. 가짜님이십니다.
좋아요도 감사하죠. 아무튼 여러분 잘 들으셨죠? 일단 지금 그런 상황이고 그리고 지금 같은 경우에는 들어가고 싶은데 아직은 좀 기다려봐야 될 것 같고 아무튼 같이 타이밍을 좀
한번
기다려주세요.
예, 한번 이 새벽을 대비해서 오늘은 실전 매매전에 한번 지금이야 상황하고 지금도 또 나스닥이 또 똑같하게 하락세를 좀 보여주려고 하는데요.
그러니까요.
과연 여기서 또 운동을 할 때 어떻게 유님은 오늘 어떤 포지션을 잡고 싶은가요? 오늘도 매수의 여신이신가요? 매수신가요?
저 사실 이제 제 감을 못 믿어요. 못 믿는데, 오늘, 잠시만요. 가격이 좀 많이 떨어졌는데, 그냥 매수로 들어갈까? 왠지 매수 많은 포지션인 것 같아요. 제 감으로.
완전히 눈이 그냥 눈 감고 매매하시는 스타일이시군요. 눈 감고 매매하시는 스타일 어떠한 데이터와 근거는 없으시네요. 우리가 많이 공부하고 있는데
네, 맞습니다. 저는 감으로 하네요.
혹시 무서우신 여자분이시네요.
그래도 제 담보금 봤을 때 좀 완전 뿌듯해요. 왜냐면 제가 200으로 시작했는데 지금 500 넘게 벌었는데 그래도 좀 감이 있지 않을까 싶어요.
맞습니다. 누님 인정합니다. 그게 누님이 갖고 있는 원도문의 딥파워인 거죠. 거기에 내가 뭐 짧은 지식이지만 또 함께 노력하는 이런 정보들과 분석이 같이 들어간다면 좋은 결론이 있지 않을까 그렇게 생각합니다.
맞습니다. 그래도 사실 오늘 무슨 발표가 있는지 몇 시에 있는지 이거 되게 큰 영향을 저한테 줬고 그러니까 이거 발표에 따라 오늘 왠지 떨어질 것 같은데 이런 감도 생기고 그리고 언제쯤 들어갈지는 또 이런 좀 방학을 좀 방학 연습을 좀 생겼거든요. 그러니까 좀 본의 아니게 공부를 돼버렸어요. 그러니까 이걸로 인해 좀 담보금이 좀 올랐지 않을까 싶어요. 물론 이것 때문에 엄청 많은 스트레스를 받았는데 엄청 뜨거운 지옥을 또 받고 여러 가지 상황이 있었는데 그래도 다행히 조금씩 올라가고 있고 담보금이 계속 올라가고 있어요. 일단은 제가 담보금을 많이 키우고 나중에 여행 갈지 아니면 큰 제품 같은 거 살지는 아직 모르겠는데 아무튼 좋은 곳으로 갈지 않을까 싶습니다. 그래도 아직은 모자라요. 욕심은
맞습니다는 그러나 따라하시고 하시는데 경제적 자유 하지만 그 경제적 자유를 누리기 위한 과정은 많이 험난하고 그거를 줄이기 위해서 저희가 노력하는 사람들이거든요. 오늘은 누님한테도 어저께 말씀드렸지만 저의 개인적인 이 매매를 위한 지정 선택 그 매매 차이라고 하죠. 어떤 분들은 후보 사정이라도 표현을 하죠. 그거는 제가 어제도 잠시 설명을 한번 드렸지만 제가 어느 지점에 얼마의 이득을 바라보냐 얼마의 제가 손해를 감당할 것이냐 그거를 먼저 정해놓고 제가 진입할 지점과 그 다음에 계획을 세우는 게 먼저라고 생각합니다. 근데 우리 누님은 신내린 여자셔서 그 감이 너무나 좋으셔서 항상 받으시더라고요. 되게 신기합니다. 저도. 근데 보통의 매매는 내 투자의 책임을 내가 져야 되기 때문에 그거를 알아야죠. 내가 이 지점에서 지금 많이 떨어지고 있으니까 매수로 들어갈 거야. 하지만 만약에 더 떨어지면 내가 어느 지점에서 손절을 낼 거야. 거기까지 내가 감당하겠어. 내가 어느 지점까지 욕심 안 부리고 더 올라가도 나 거기서 멈추겠어. 그런 거를 차근차근 계단으로 스텝 바이 스텝으로 하신다면 좋으신 매매 투자자가 되고 조금 전에 누님이 말씀하셨던 것처럼 손해의 거기 아직 겨울이지만 따뜻한 나라에서 행복한 풀빌라에서 파티가 될 수 있고요. 좋아하시는 물건도 살 수 있고 제일 중요한 건 사랑하는 가족을 위해서 사랑하는 가족들을 행복하게 안전하게 지킬 수 있는 자금을 마련하게 가족들도 내가 행복해지는 거잖아요. 그 행복을 누릴 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하고요. 저희도 그런 행복을 누리기 위해서 노력하고 있고요. 우리 구독자분들께서도 항상 그런 행복을 느끼기 위해서 노력을 하시니까 함께 힘을 내서 오늘도 화이팅 부탁드리고요. 오늘도 그런 부분에 있어서 저희한테 조금만 힘이 될 수 있는 좋아요와 구독 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 항상 채팅창에 궁금하신 사항 있으면 올려주시면 저희가 짧은 지식이지만 항상 대답을 해드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 여러분 화이팅 하시고 우리도 화이팅. 더 성공적인 매매로 갑시다. 그리고 지원 씨 말씀대로 그쵸, 뭐 궁금하신 사항이 있으시면 항상 물어보시고 대답을 줄 수 있는지 잘 모르겠지만 그래도 열심히 노력해 보겠습니다. 일단은 뭐 지금 뉴스 보면서 괜찮은 구독자분들한테 괜찮은 뉴스가 있는지 제가 계속 보고 있고, 뭐 재밌는 거 있을 건지 잘 아직 모르겠는데 뭐 있으면 전달할 거고, 그리고 지금 챗들 보니까 계속 떨어지고 있네.
아무래도 오늘은 저희의 생각이 눈도 똑같이 보고 있어요. 아무래도 이벤트를 앞두고 현재 위험회피를 위한 차익 실현 매매들이 나오는 것 같아요. 이건 좀 우리 지켜보고 저희 매매대를 또 있다가 마지막 또 실전 매매대한테 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요. 저의 개인적인 견해는 던전의 욕심을 부르는 쪽이 진짜 좋을 것 같고, 거부하다 기다리는 금리 인하가 가진 어렵다고 생각합니다. 그리고 모든 분들은 금리 인하가 되고 경기의 사이클이 좋아졌다고 판단하지만 저는 그렇게 생각하지 않습니다. 지금까지 연준이 전 세계 경제를 달러로, 금리로 자극했던 모든 분들이 사람도 그렇죠. 사람 강력하게 계속하면 그 사람은 회복하는 단계에서 충격이 오잖아. 어떤 다른 소속도 가올 수도 있고 합병증이 올 수도 있고 또 다른 친구들도 남아있다고 생각하거든요. 그러니까 여러분 매매 시장은 물론 니님이 말씀하셨던 것처럼 위험합니다. 하지만 저희가 안전하게 준비되어 있는 매매자가 되면 조금 더 안전한 매매를 할 수 있다고 생각을 합니다. 그러니 지금 전 세계의 경제와 전 세계가 지금 달라지는 경기 양상, 그다음에 현재 중동의 사태, 통해 무이교 사태, 오로 여러 가지 많죠. 거기에 지금 러시아 같은 경우에는 미국 프림 대통령의 암살 설과 자기의 패권을 경쟁자로 암살했던 소리와 핵을 지점으로 지정한다는 많은 일들이 발생하죠. 이것이 흔히 말하는 경제가 불협통제로 바뀐다고 하는 것 같아요. 이런 부분들을 저희는 관망하면서 아무래도 이게 오늘은 조금 늦게 약간 반전이 일어나다 이대로 낙장을 그대로 희망을 하던 조금 있어야지 반망을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 그러니 지금은 저희가 좀 더 관망하면서 그리고 정보 수집을 시간도 갖고 잠시 후에 떠는 분들은 실전 매매 방송을 해 잠시 또 좋은 얘기를 들을 수 있도록 노력을 하는 걸로 하고, 이쯤에서 우리 시청자분들한테 인사를 드리고 그러면 저희는 또 공부를 하는 게 맞을 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다. 지금 사실 뉴스 보면서 되게 끔찍한 일이 계속 벌어지고 있고, 그리고 아쉽게 이 뉴스가 되게 큰 영향을 주식 상황에서도 큰 영향을 주기 때문에 아무튼 좀 안타깝고, 그리고 여러분들도 계속 뉴스 보면서 뭐 상황을 파악하시고 지금 어떻게 매매해야 할지 곰곰이 생각해 보시고, 그리고 항상 조심하세요. 네, 우리는 일단 조금 있다가 다시 들어보고, 그리고 제가 중간에 매매 타이밍이 괜찮은 타이밍이 있으면 들어갈 거고 놀라지 마세요. 오늘도 성공적인 매매 있으면 좋겠어요. 여러분들도 화이팅 하시고 우리가 지원 씨랑 같이 조금 있다가 다시 오겠습니다. 이따 뵐게요.
여러분들 감사합니다. 모두 다 화이팅입니다. 오늘도 절대 이런 하나도 겁내지 마시고 또 다른 좋은 자리를 가실 수 있도록 모두 다 화이팅입니다.
네, 이따 뵙겠습니다.
Original founders of the Congressional Black Caucus in 1937. media just blinds us to anything else going on elsewhere. Also, when it comes to NVIDIA, what Mandeep said is they have something that there's not enough of, and people are desperate to get a handle on that. And at some point, once that starts to become a little bit more normal, then where does the stock go?
I love that it's no longer the S&P 493, it's now the S&P 499. Is that what we're doing now?
100%. Wonderful.
Okay, that's what we're doing now. Let's check out the S&P 500. Equity futures negative here by a third of 1%. Yields in the bond market down about a single basis point, 426.16. The euro totally unchanged, 108.07. Coming up shortly, Vicky Chadha at Deutsche Bank weighing in on earnings season. Mizuho's Vijay Rakesh on why he thinks NVIDIA will remain an AI leader, and Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research looking ahead to Fed minutes a little bit later on this hour. We begin with our top story. Stocks inching lower ahead of NVIDIA earnings due out after the close. Vicky Chadha at Deutsche Bank weighing in on earnings season saying this: earnings growth this quarter is in our original mix. Despite the Q4 weakness, forward estimates for Q1 have held up very well so far and point to a return to growth. Vicky, I'm pleased to say joins us now. Vicky, what for the cash up? We'll leave the stuff in a commercial break. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about the S&P 499. Can you see it quite the same way? This whole stock market is now just down to one name.
It's a question of, time horizon. Clearly, there's certain themes playing out, and at this stage, yes, I mean, it makes kind of sense that we focus on basically, the most prominent member or contributor of that. But what we're really looking for is for the rally to widen out as what I would call basically the cyclical overhang starts to lift. So if you think about the cyclical overhang, the macro consensus is basically argued for a recession for a year and a half. It's now lifting its forecast gradually. There's no forecast that still matches the average growth that we've had for the last year and a half. So I would argue that it's still got some ways to go. That macro consensus, a very, very negative, grim consensus has been around for a while. I would argue at this point has been really a big cloud on corporate guidance. So companies, there's many companies that see an improvement in demand but just don't want to step in front of, what's a train that's been going at full speed for a year and a half.
In your most recent report, you went through all of this guidance for companies, and ultimately, your takeaway is that they are reluctant to offer any forecast whatsoever on the global economy, even though they see things improving.
Well, you have to look at it from their perspective, right? I mean, there's a macro consensus with lots of PhDs. It's for a year and a half, and it's not just the consensus. I mean, it's been pretty close to unanimous, I would argue. So it's not easy to step in front. Now, things are changing. I mean, if you look at various measures of CEO confidence, the story has basically been for the last year and a half, 2 years, that in our industry things are fine, but prospects for the economy are terrible, and that's now picking up. So I would argue if that confidence continues to improve, then it will take some time. Then you're going to start to see even the guidance basically coming in. I mean, this is more widely seen. I mean, if you look at any soft indicator, the PMIs, the GDP growth, you have sort of the middle of that range, maybe a little bit less, but I would argue it probably has room to get upgraded. And so 250 is 5100, 270 is 5500, and so it could move in that direction.
There's a question I've talked about today that if you could how sort of gauge just doing
is located in, but UK GDP is negative, German GDP is negative, Japanese GDP is negative, it's for one thing. China's really struggling as well. What is there to like about the international backdrop, ex-US at the moment?
Let's take Europe as an example. So, growth's been bad. It's been a year and a half. And the point that I would make is actually this is the bottom. It's probably one of the markets that is, it's been most cyclically sensitive. But I would argue put a cautionary tone basically in Japan because on equities, because Japan, like most of the major regional equity markets, gets a very large share of earnings from the rest of the world. It's the multinational corporates that leverage basically growth. Japanese earnings in yen, and so
Japanese equities were a big part of the story for some people too.
Japan saw real growth. It had been decades of repression. All of a sudden, there was a real optimism around the Japanese economy. Now there's a debate of whether it's all been posted, whether there is going to be sort of this global hangover. But there still are a lot of people saying that is the new growth story, not the new.
Yeah, maybe some asymmetric. Let's go with this one at the bottom of the screen. Dollar yen at 150. Is downside risk much larger? Maybe upside potential here when that comes back.
It would be interesting to know how many people are going into the equities with a hedge on the currency, given the expectation of some sort of shift on the monetary policy side.
Dollar yen unchanged, but 49.95. Just about unchanged on the session. Let's get your updating stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Mining giant Rio Tinto is sliding in the London trade. The company reported profits that were down 12% last year on weaker commodity prices. A disappointing recovery in China has put pressure on demand for industrial metals. However, CEO Jakob Stahlholm told me earlier this morning that he's optimistic about the world's second largest economy.
There's a lot going on in infrastructure. There's a lot going on in a number of industrial sectors, not least the automotive with a near explosion in electrical vehicles. So net, the demand has actually grown last year.
loan relief under President Biden to nearly $138 billion over 3.9 million borrowers. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is selling more of his stake in the company. The billionaire unloaded another 14 million shares worth about $2.5 billion. That brings the total cash out to $8.5 billion. Bezos announced his plan to sell up to 50 million shares of Amazon earlier this month. He finished the transaction in just 9 trading days. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Not bad work if you can get it. Danny, thank you. Up next on this program, the biggest earnings report of the quarter.
Artificial intelligence, or the automation, the production at scale of intelligence, matters to every single country and matters to every single industry.
The latest on NVIDIA, up next.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back, what would your thing be?
There's no question its industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
large data sets and try to glean information and use that for prediction, etc. So it's basically a mega GPU that NVIDIA has, and they have the next version of 800 coming out this year, which is called the B100. But that's really what is driving the tip of the spear in AI training globally. So they'll dominate that market as you look out.
And the demand for it has been absolutely phenomenal. Vijay, at the start of last year, we were talking about AI as a story for the future, and I think with this particular company, it became real. Every single earnings report, it was beat and raised, and beat by double digits. Vijay, going into this report, we've been trying to figure out what is a real beat today for this company, given how much this stock has run up over the last 12 months.
Yeah, I think if you look at the guide for April quarter, which is where all the investors will be focusing on, I think we are looking for about 22 billion on the top line, with about 20 billion of that from data center. But expectations are probably running much harder. I think it's probably in the 25 billion range, 23 to 25 billion. So that's what where expectations are. The one thing I would say is the AI continues to go very well. Even for 2024, AI is growing almost 90 to 100% in revenues for NVIDIA. That's about almost 80 billion plus in revenues from just data center. That's about 1.5 times what Intel's revenues are today. So very big market for NVIDIA. So.
Vijay, I'm going to bring it even lower. A GPU is graphics processing unit. I'm looking through and trying to understand how these things are made, where you can have really rapid mathematical calculations at high speeds. Where is the barrier to entry? How high is it for other companies to come in and come up with mega GPUs that NVIDIA is churning out?
Yeah, it's very high because what you're seeing, there are two parts to it. It's not just the hardware, it's the software part as well. And what NVIDIA has done very well is build a very broad training container called CUDA, which can basically pull data onto it, use data from anywhere, from AWS to Google Cloud to any of the big mega Facebook Cloud, etc., and use the data to train it. And they have multiple training models. They have a big supply chain, a lot of experience in doing it, and they're able to optimize and train it a whole lot faster. So that plus the hardware, as you mentioned, H100, B100 that's coming up, drive what's really the whole platform training and AI on it. So for anybody coming in, yeah, the hardware part, maybe you can do it slightly better. You might try to gain a little share there, but really where the rubber meets the road is you don't have that software training side of it. You don't have the breadth. You don't have that experience. You don't have presence in multiple markets that NVIDIA has. So they really have been early to that game, have been dominating the market. And if you look at calendar 24, AI, we've been talking, it feels like for ages now. NVIDIA will do probably 80 billion plus, or close to 90 billion, let's say, this year in calendar 24, versus if you look at, the peers, somewhere in the 4 billion or under. So they are ahead by 10x, 20x versus their peers. So.
We've been talking also about margins and how they're able to charge pretty high prices to cloud providers because there's no other game in town. What about the materials? How do they sort of source some of the things, especially at a time when we talk about electric vehicles and the lithium coming from China? Is there a similar type of supply chain that's underpinning NVIDIA?
The manufacturing part is obviously through foundry, which is in Taiwan. TSMC is the largest foundry in the world. But where they have a little bit of a bottleneck, and that's getting resolved as well,
this a problem for Ford, for GM, and not a problem for Tesla, or a problem for everyone?
I think it's a little bit of a problem for everyone, and we had a big note on this early in the year, early January, when we did an outlook on the EV space. What's really happening is obviously a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been taken by Tesla. I think they've done a very good job of carpet bombing the automotive space and taking the EV market share. So now to get to the next level of penetration in EVs, you need to drop pricing. And I think as you look at Tesla, they are doing it. They have a new Model 2 coming out where they can start penetrating the market even more. Let's say if that's a $25,000 ASP model on the Model 2. But for somebody like Ford, GM, etc., the problem is they have to go to the full optimization. It's a catch-22. It's like a chicken or egg. You either scale up, get the volumes, drive the platform cost lower, or start from a lower price. Which either way, you're in a bad spot, in a bad starting spot there. So that's the challenge for Ford and GM, is that they have to compete with Tesla, which is a pretty massive manufacturing plant, huge production scale, much better operating and leverage metrics than Ford or GM, which have much smaller scale just starting off. But I think GM, as we have noted before, is doing a pretty good job building out their whole battery platform, building out the Ultium platform, and trying to get the cost down. But it's definitely a challenge.
Tesla is just a different beast at the moment. Vijay, wonderful to hear from you, buddy. Always is. Vijay Rakesh there in Mizuho on NVIDIA and Tesla. NVIDIA price target for Vijay, by the way, 825, up from 625 recently, so quite an upgrade from him. Tesla, we'll talk about it with David Welch a little bit later. The others are struggling here. Ford and GM, struggling on strategy and on execution.
Well, and cutting prices, and Tesla's done that too. How far are they going to have to go, even without necessarily having some of the Chinese auto manufacturers selling in the U.S.? Open question.
David Welch later this hour. Coming up next on this program, Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research, looking ahead to Fed minutes that are coming a little bit later on this. Good evening. Welcome to the telephone.
Müller, love every bit.
out of sight and it needs help. And so I became a photographer to be able to communicate with a larger audience. And thank goodness I was able to.
When did you realize that actually photography was your passion and you could make a real difference to our world?
You know, I didn't start as being a photographer, so it was not until 1996 when I took professional photographs.
50% year to date, and a market cap to rival Amazon. The company at the center of the AI frenzy, adding almost $500 billion in market value since January. It's not bad, is it? It's not bad.
It's 2.5 Disneys.
It's basically 2.5 Disneys,
Yeah, that's basically what we're talking about.
Isn't that what Meta did in a single day?
It did it in a single day.
Market cap of
But
Walt Disney. Which speaks to how insignificant all these other stories are for the S&P 500.
which is the reason why people don't even care if it broadens out. And the fact that it hasn't been, people are saying doesn't matter. This is the most important stock on earth, and it's going to really determine the direction of everything else. That said, does it really, or is this basically a harbinger of strength that comes on the heels of this as companies adapt to similar types of technology?
I do think beats are built differently at Nvidia, which is maybe why we've pulled back over the last 3 days or so. Day 4, by the way, down now, Lisa, by almost 2%.
Basically just cashing in before you sort of get the release and figure out what's going to happen.
How many double-digit beats can you get? You know,
Although,
can we get more?
This concept, the conversation we just had with VJ, I thought was fascinating, actually. Because if you think about it, if it's a high barrier to entry, and every single cloud computing company needs this in order to be on the current cutting edge, people can't get enough. You kind of have to think that's the reason why people are so enthusiastic.
Which is why it was the #1 performing stock last year on the S&P, and so far this year, the #1 performing stock on the S&P 500, or the S&P 1 versus the S&P 499.
It's true.
I know. Nikki Haley isn't backing down. Here's the latest on that. The second place GOP candidate, second place out of 2, vowing to stay in the presidential race regardless of the outcome of Saturday's South Carolina primary, and saying she won't buckle to pressure from frontrunner Donald Trump.
I refuse to quit. South Carolina will vote on Saturday, but on Sunday, I'll still be running for president. I'm not going anywhere.
Not going anywhere. Haley's struggling to get a boost from voters in her home state. Trump's leading by more than 25 percentage points. AMH, if this wasn't Donald Trump, if this was any other race, and we had a candidate 30 points behind, who'd been absolutely dominated in the way she has been in the primaries so far, would we even be talking about it?
No, she'd probably be dropping out also and cozying up to try to get the VP spot. But we're dealing with a candidate who's dealing with more than 90 indictments. There's potential he's going to be convicted before the November election. You know, it depends on the timeline. So it feels like, and she would never say this, you know, when she got up yesterday, everyone thought she was going to say, I'm losing the campaign, given the polls. She's sticking around. And this morning, Suffolk University USA Today, 2-1, 63-35. And she says she's going to continue.
So you said it, she won't say it, but ultimately, what is the strategy? What is people saying about this? Is the strategy now just be the last person standing and see if he's forced to drop out of the race?
An alternative if it cannot be him.
Okay, Bramo.
I just think people are holding their breath, hoping that this isn't the reality, that we're doing a repeat of 2020, and it is.
It is. Without a doubt. It is, which is why I think we still entertain this story so much. I thought it was going to happen. Things can change. If things can happen, ultimately, this is it. And the reason people keep entertaining someone who's 30 points behind in the race, well, in any other race they wouldn't, is exactly what you described. Dissatisfaction for a large amount of this population away from the Trump base, who just simply don't want it to be these two individuals facing off again.
We talk to executives every day, and analysts and economists, and they want to talk about policy. They want to understand what's actually going to drive better economic conditions and better quality of life. But that conversation is not in Washington, D.C. It's a lot of messaging, a lot of spin, but it's not a lot of trying to really get the right of it. I think a lot of people are
So much more politics or monetary policy.
definitely politics.
Let's get to monetary policy. 5 minutes from the first January meeting due at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Investors looking for insight into the committee's confidence in disinflation before they cut rates. Bloomberg Economics expected the minutes to suggest officials are ready to discount recent high inflation prints. We'll get more insight into the central bank's path forward. We get a slew of Fed speak tomorrow. Mike McKee's down in Washington, D.C. with a preview before you. Mike McKee, what are you looking for later this afternoon?
Well, I have to tell you, Judge, we are really honored here on the Bloomberg Fed team to be the opening act for NVIDIA this afternoon. It may last about 2 hours between us and their release, and that may be enough time for people to react to what we're going to get, which may not be all that much. We are expecting the Fed to sort of lay out the conditions under which they might cut rates. But remember, this was 3 weeks ago, so they'll be talking about in the minutes pushing back against markets that have already repriced for when the Fed might move. They'll also be restating probably their view, 3 cuts, and they'll give us an economic outlook, what they saw at the time. This was January 31st, and of course at that time we didn't have the
big one a little bit later on this evening. Mike McKee down in Washington, D.C. The brilliant Stephanie Rothenwolf research with us around the table now for more. Stephanie, good morning to you.
Good morning.
You've been dead on the economy. You said the risk here was upside risk, the potential this economy continues to do okay. How does that shape your Fed call now?
Our base case is that remains. We think that a lot of the inflation data that we saw recently was largely seasonal, and that will reverse in the next couple of months, which will then put the Fed on path to be able to cut. And of course, the risks are that it has to be a little bit later, and then you run into election timing, so it gets a little bit complicated. But we very much think that the picture will look different by June.
When you say seasonal, what does that actually mean? In practice, what happened?
So I would call it this January effect, and we were looking for that ahead of the print, and it was even more severe than we were expecting. So what tends to happen is in the month of January, you see that annual price increases that go into effect. And what happened, I believe, in this past month is we were just catching up to a strong year of inflation, so the price increases were more significant than the seasonal required to adjust. And that's what we think is the main driver behind a strong CPI, strong CPI. So we should get a reversal in the next month. Then that'll be a
talking about how the share of private consumption spent on services is still 2 percentage points below where it was pre-pandemic. In other words, there still is ammunition to be poured into this consumer economy. How do you sort of factor that in when you start expecting that disinflation to take hold in a more significant way?
We're probably just settling at a new trend. The consumer's now likely to just spend in line with their income growth, which is now running at a more normal type of pace. So we're probably not going to get quite back to that pre-pandemic trend level, and we'll just settle off at a new trend, which would then be able to sort of stabilize the inflation outlook.
So you think that people have found discipline?
Well,
moving on. I do wonder, though, what do you make of the idea of credit card spending and the credit card outstanding and the delinquencies, which doesn't exactly scream of incredible discipline?
Yeah, and it doesn't. In the fourth quarter of last year, we saw credit card spending pick up notably. Our base case is that we'll slow down a little bit in the first quarter just because we spent so much in the fourth quarter. We're probably just a little bit tired of all that spending. But outside of that, we don't have this excess savings anymore. That's largely spent through, except for the top income earners, and I'm probably not going to spend it. So now it's probably more about nominal income growth because credit card rates are so high. Yeah, buy now, pay later. That's something that does concern me a little bit. But generally speaking, the consumer's probably just gonna spend in real terms close to 2%.
Out of interest, why does that concern you? Buy now, pay later.
Because there's just not that much rigor in terms of the process, in terms of looking for whether these people are really able to borrow. It's a lot less stringent of a policy. Right now, it's not that large, but it's possible as this grows, it could become a source of some negative credit.
I know this is not your base case. Can you just do some scenario analysis with us? If the dual mandate of the Federal Reserve went into conflict, if unemployment started to pick up and inflation was still sticky, what guides you and gives you an idea as to what the Federal Reserve would prioritise at that point, if that was to happen later this year?
My base case is they'll prioritize the unemployment side. If you get to the unemployment rate rising well above 4%, if we're moving steadily towards 4, just above 4, I don't think they'll react. But if we're moving well above 4%, they're going to be looking ahead to what's going to happen to inflation in the future after that. They're very much so. We know it's a lagging indicator. The expectation to be rising unemployment is going to slow down inflation in the future.
You talk about employment. People say that really holds the key to consumer strength and the economy and just how long this can continue. How much is the hot labor market reports a function of people getting multiple jobs?
Yeah, there's definitely an element of that. And that's one reason why you're seeing significant strength in the establishment payrolls report as opposed to the household survey. I think that's kind of one factor that's explaining some of that. But I also think some of that was seasonal. So going back to all of these seasonal problems that happened in the month of January, we tend to get seasonal strength in that particular month because we tend to lose less jobs than the seasonals are looking for, and that boosts the print. So let's look at the February print and see how much of that was actually sustained.
How much are you going to hinge your call going out the rest of the year based on NVIDIA earnings?
Not much, but what I would say is that what we're seeing is a legitimate
NVIDIA as well. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. The U.S. plans to unveil sanctions against Russia on Friday following the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. The president blames Putin for the death of Navalny, who had been imprisoned in the Arctic. The White House says the sanctions include a substantial package of financial penalties targeting Russia's defense and revenue sources. Goldman Sachs says hedge funds impaired exposure to Mag 7 stocks in the fourth quarter. The firm looked at more than 700 funds with $2.6 trillion worth of equity positions. The only Mag 7 stock that saw an increase was Amazon. A tie-up between two supermarket giants could be in trouble. Sources tell Bloomberg that the FTC and a group of states will sue to block the combination of Kroger and Albertson. The suit is expected before Feb 28th. That's when an agreement not to close the deal expires between the FTC and the companies. Both Kroger and Albertson are prepping to meet with FTC Chair Lina Khan to persuade the agency not to sue. And that's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Danny, thank you. AMH, we asked this question earlier on in the show this morning. What kind of deal will they like down in Washington?
Well, you look at Kroger and they're saying, how do you expect us to keep up with Walmart, with Amazon? We need to get a little bit bigger. And they say that this is going to help boost wages, while the FTC and people like Senator Elizabeth Warren say it's actually going to hurt workers, it's going to be bad for unions. But if you look at like why can't Kroger and Albertson get through, how the heck is Capital One and Discover going to have a chance?
Exactly, that's such a good point. I also want to know, for Senator Warren specifically, what company would she like to get with another company? Is there any kind of consolidation that she would approve?
Deli on one side of the street, Deli on the other side of the street.
Even that would be problematic. It's so predictable down in Washington sometimes. We were all waiting for that tweet yesterday, weren't we? It actually came later than I thought.
The one I wasn't expecting was Kroger, and then we had our reporting that the FTC is going to move on it.
It's the year of the regulator down in Washington. They're big. Next to this program, EV demand, big focus.
We are developing low cost EV so that we can be a big part of this S curve when it comes time. And that is, I think, happening in a couple years from now.
Listening to the program live from New York. This is Bloomberg.
How are you feeling right now about the state of the economy and what it's going to look like in the next couple of years?
The big picture is it has never been more, I would say, volatile. I mean, it has been. It continues to be volatile. But like you said, we did see real signs of life this summer. So generally speaking, box office is down close to this summer, like you said, right? So to suggest that
Nobody brings you top names like Bloomberg.
The point is that the economy is doing very well in the Netherlands, but the election was very much focusing on migration.
And we told us 6 times, we give very often predict, we have to take action.
Parliament has to stick to this. It has to comply with the debt brake. The debt brake is really a good ally.
I think more significant and key sort of driver of
Context changes everything.
This is a that's the economic picture.
contend with the broader slowdown in EV demand. Bloomberg's David Welch joins us for more. David, wonderful to catch up. You're in the heart of this. Can you just tell us what is the big struggle? Is it infrastructure? Is it range anxiety? Is it price, the lack of tax incentives? David, what is it?
It's all of the above. Price matters. There's one EV on the market that sells for $140,000. It's the Nissan Leaf. It's a compact. Americans still like compacts. It's about 200 miles of range. Everything else is pretty pricey. And the early adopters and those who buy them, they sort of got full up on their EVs. At this point, they're not buying that many new ones. They've already got one that they buy. And we're trying to reach the mass market here, which is very difficult because the vehicles are expensive because the charging infrastructure is not there. People are pretty happy with their gasoline-powered vehicles, so you've got to give them a reason to trade up. We're just not seeing it yet, and that puts a lot of these companies, particularly Lucid and Rivian, and that's how Sprague is trying to go by. The forecast this year for Rivian is 66,000 vehicles, which is a decent growth from 50,000 they sold last year. In percentage terms, the 66,000 vehicles is still totally early in terms of getting scale in a much better profitability and cash flow.
So some manufacturers, David, as you know, leaning towards hybrids. As you also know, General Motors has been reluctant to do that. They think that EVs are going to ultimately take off and they'll be the right place at the right time. You get a sense that maybe that's changed over the last month or so over at General Motors, David. And I think the question we were asking at the time is how easy is it to make that shift on the production line and develop hybrid vehicles to really get to where this market is currently, not where it will be in several years' time.
They have the hardware. They've sold plenty of cars in China. They still have the technology, but you still have to go and re-engineer the vehicles, get the assembly lines to do it. It's not a snap, and that's why notice GM hasn't said they're going to do this in 9 months or get it done this year. It's more than probably 2025, 2026 sort of thing. And looking up and down their lineup the way it is with Toyota, I think you'll probably see General Motors do it in the very high volume segment. Maybe the Chevy Equinox, which is a small crossover, maybe their large pickup trucks, and then maybe get a kind of a big family hauler SUV like a Chevrolet Traverse. They'll do it in 3 key areas where they do a lot of sales volume to give customers that option. But it does hurt profitability because plug-in hybrids are expensive to make. You're talking about having an electric system on board. You're still having a gasoline engine exhaust system and all that sort of thing. So they are very expensive vehicles to build, and that's why a lot of companies have shied away from doing that, hoping they can go straight into the EV transition, but consumers just aren't coming along.
David, is the Inflation Reduction Act and this administration's policies helping or hurting U.S. auto manufacturers in the electric vehicle transition?
Well, it isn't helping yet because this stuff is just starting. The consumer credits are just getting underway, and there's a lot of money that goes straight to the automakers because they make money when they sell the vehicles. And so you have 2 problems here. One is the sales have slowed down, and the other one is everyone's having a tough time going out and getting their own car at prices able to market that consumers want. So you're not going to get this incentive money from the IRA until the expense goes away. That's your kind of issue right now. The other challenge that car companies have, which is meeting all of the requirements and getting all of the minerals that go into the batteries and all of the parts from currently trade markets to the U.S. or domestic production so they can qualify for the full $700. And that's why you see some of these vehicles lose the credits on that. They lose sales, but basically that $7,500 makes a big difference for buyers.
Well, if they started to loosen some of those rules, would it improve the market and help this EV glut?
It probably would, but it was such a big fight to get all these different incentives approved. And there was very much a desire by Senator Manchin and a lot of Republicans to make sure that these incentives will just help China continue to grow its EV supply chain. And I just don't see the flexibility coming in because it's such a battle to get this approved.
David, can we ask you, is this uniquely an American problem, a US market problem, these manufacturers? Do you see the same thing in Europe, in China, with the adoption rates?
China and European buyers
interesting right now than Fed policy.
Well, I'm going to take the other end of the fact that I was reading for the Center for Strategic International Studies report last night. Mag 7 companies, Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, 90% of what they need to get done in terms of processing, manufacturing, done in Taiwan. No one talks about this geopolitical risk that's a major cloud over what's lifting our entire stock market.
It takes me to my final thought: China. I know we've joked about it. It's amazing to see this country struggle to really put a floor under its equity market. I think the fact that they are potentially coming out, according to our reporting, and basically banning large institutions, major institutions from net selling at the start of the session and the end of the session speaks to how nervous they are about the fundamentals on the ground.
Although we heard from Tony Capuano about the incredible demand to travel, the conflicting signals, that's why it's so strange to me. How do you get a real read on something that is fuzzier and fuzzier?
Follow the policy would be my advice on that one. Coming up tomorrow, Dan Isaac, Wedbush on NVIDIA, Kathy Jones and Charles Schwab on the Fed, and Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel and Port of LA Executive Director Gene Soroka. All of that and a whole lot more. Live from New York City. Happy NVIDIA Day.
The shape of the all-athletic shoe is unique. It can't be mistaken for any other brand. The structure of the C-suite is just as distinctive, starting at the top with a pair of CEOs.
Realize very early on if you're adding different capabilities to each other, and you do that as equals, then this leads to better outcomes.
Mark Maurer joined On as Chief Operating Officer in March 2013. Martin Hoffman arrived as CFO that July. In 2021, they jointly assumed the CEO role.
We are a brand that needs to be excellent in designing product, in innovating product, but also in shipping millions of parcels from A to B in the most efficient way. So we need to have very different mindsets and very diverse people. Mark has different strengths, I have different strengths, and if you take us together, you just get more.
Companies with co-CEOs are rare, but On's configuration is even more unusual. Martin Hoffman also holds the CFO position. He says his two jobs complement each other.
The CFO makes you a better CEO, and the CEO makes you a better CFO. Understanding what you want as a CEO helps you to understand your numbers, and understanding the numbers helps you know the right things to build.
Timelessness and sustainability go together, right? You can't expect to be timeless if you run out of resources. So for me, sustainability is not a side activity. It's not a reaction to external pressure. It's core to who we are, what we stand for. And to a very strong extent, it's about future-proofing the business, right? You need to focus on sustainability to recruit. More and more, that younger consumers we're talking about, they want to work for companies that care about this planet, that do more than just kind of generate profit. You need sustainability to recruit consumers. More and more, what are you doing differently? How are you getting investors, particularly in Europe, more and more to place value on what you're doing in sustainability? Our partners have expectations on sustainability.
From New York City, for our viewers worldwide, I'm Manus Cranny in for Jonathan Farrow. It is NVIDIA results day, the most important stock on earth, according to Goldman Sachs. Stocks are lower. They're nervous, a little bit emotional. Countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg The Open. with Jonathan Farrow.
chips will be refreshed in the data center, because as we know traditionally, chips have a refresh cycle, whether it's on your smartphone, tablet, or at the data center server level. And right now, this thing is moving at such a fast pace that by next quarter they will have their next line of their chips, and I think investors have to assess how frequently those will be upgraded. So training versus inference, as well as the frequency of refreshes, is what's going to determine the pace of that data center revenue going forward.
Yeah, and they have that intellectual property edge, as everybody has been saying. Thank you very much, setting the stage. My guest this morning on JP Morgan's Monica DiCenzo, writing this. NVIDIA reports this week, and I'm not here to predict earnings, but I have been advocating that people make sure that stocks like that, which go so well, are right-sized in the portfolios. My guests are Monica DiCenzo, as I say, joined alongside by Cosmark's Bob Dole. Okay, here we go. You talk about right-sizing, Monica. You talk about right-sizing in the portfolio. What goes through my mind then is, should I be paring back? I mean, this is a stock that, just the velocity in it has been huge. To right-size, does that mean downsize or just scale back?
Yeah, I think it depends on your goals. People tend to think in a very binary way. Do I own NVIDIA? Do I not? Do I own tech? Do I not? And I think you want to own tech, and you probably want to own NVIDIA as well. But do you need to own as much as you have now? If you've owned it the last 2 years, you're up and wrong. And it makes sense to take a little bit off the table, take a pause. There's a lot of volatility going into earnings tonight, as we talked about. Many clients I work with are taking some of their gains off, and they're selling puts to monetize that volatility. They'll happily buy it if it falls, and if it doesn't, they still have a core size position, so they benefit if it rallies. Kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably one of those stocks which it is worth paying up for, but they're probably quite cheap. In a relative basis. Bob, let me bring this to you. This from Goldman Sachs, right? Mr. Rubner over there. NVIDIA is the most important stock on planet Earth. Everyone is in their pool, and they are positioning warning signs. The bar is high, and by high, I mean a big beat is expected. To that extent, this is the poster child of AI. It's at $500 billion in market value this year. Are you filled with fear, or how defining will today be for risk?
Well, the stock is probably the most important thing on stock on here today. Given the earnings at NVIDIA. Look, I own some NVIDIA. I agree this is not an on-off switch. You can own some NVIDIA. You don't have to be market weight. I'm not market weight, so if it goes up big after the close here, I'll underperform a bit, but I've got some insurance because I own the name. Look, a couple of 3 years ago, no one knew what NVIDIA was. Now it's on everybody's tongue, so it's the stock to watch today for sure.
I mean, there's a certain amount, people talk about emotional intelligence. There's the emotional quotient that we have got to try and disaggregate here. So there's the emotional quotient in looking at NVIDIA and Mag 7, and then there's value. And Bob, by any measure, still NVIDIA on a relative basis, perhaps to some of the other
to the Fed at some point today after we finish with NVIDIA. But we know the trajectory. Rates are going to go down. Whether it's in March or June, we know this is coming. And so that is the risk to me of cash. That reinvestment risk is very real. Clients I work with haven't faced that in a while. And so it's time to get them reacclimated to owning fixed income. They don't need to go really aggressive. You can own short duration bond funds. They're going to earn you a bit more yield, take a little more risk in things like CLOs and ETFs. And that's what you should be doing right now. Get out of that cash because in a few months you're not going to be able to reinvest it in a treasury where you are today. It is so tempting.
5 doors, 7 seats, and a sound system, which played every band in the lineup on the long drive to Glasgow. At Auto Trader, we know what your car is really worth. Join the millions who value their car with Auto Trader, Britain's biggest matchmaker. To verify, email brand@autotrader.co.uk.
One big dislocated market globally when equities in so many other places have rallied. So I'm getting a lot of questions on it. People are wanting to add a little bit of risk, but in a smart way. They don't want all the downsides. So we've been looking at things like, can you buy some call spreads? Ways that I can spend a little bit in case it works, but I want my downside to be limited because I'm a little worried about what the government could do every day.
This question
we expect to be displayed mid this year. But having some fresh ideas on the quantitative tightening, because this is what can give some impulse to the curve to stiffen.
Monica Defend with Danny Berger and myself a little bit earlier today, unveiling her rate cut expectations. This as investors count down to Fed minutes, that's at 2 p.m. Eastern, and hoping it further sheds light on the policymakers' thinking. Mike McKee is with us. He's in DC for the day. Mike, how important will these minutes be? We've had some criticism about Powell and his flip-flopping, so the minutes are perhaps a little bit more exacting.
Well, they will be a little bit more exacting, except that they are 3 weeks old. They will tell us what Powell and company were thinking then. But the problem with these sets of minutes is we
that's what Larry Summers is looking at and saying, we're not going to get to with what we've done already. So there's a good argument, if you will, on both sides.
And Monica, you are very resolute about the wages component and the tightness in wages. And that is what we think will slow the disinflation progress and therefore mar the cutting cycle.
We believe so, but again, I think we need to see more data. The Fed is telling us they want to see more data before they're willing to say mission accomplished and move forward with cutting. And I think that's the challenge for market participants. Again, you talked about this. People are scarred. They felt like they waited too long to hike, and now they're worried they're going to wait too long to cut. And so there's just this, I don't know, frustration in the market is what I feel today, and just a lot of focus on when and timing. And again, I try to tell my clients to step back. What do you think the trajectory is going to be? Are you positioned for that? You do want to have some acknowledgement that maybe the market is wrong. So it's about having some balance in your portfolio to be okay in either scenario.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see what those minutes deliver. I think we have clarity and will. By tomorrow morning, we will be absolutely, we will have clarity. We'll have NVIDIA. We'll know the future. Bob, thank you very much, Bob Dolan and Monica Gentle. My guest this morning on the markets. Let me give you morning calls. We've got Keith Lerner of Truist joining me around the opening. Let's see, High Square.
여러분, 저 다시 왔습니다. 지금 시장 열기 딱 2분 전인데 좀 긴장되네. 보시죠. 지금 딱 너무 잔잔한 파도 같고 계속 좀 조금 올라갔다가 내려갔다가 올라갔다가 내려갔다가, 그러니까 예측이 안 돼요. 어떻게 어디로 갈 건지 예측이 안 되고 좀 무섭네. 무섭고 그래도 오늘은 좀 승부를 봐야겠어 진짜.
안녕하세요 여러분, 조원입니다.
네, 조원씨.
예, 안녕하세요 누님. 누님 승부를 오신다고요? 무서우실 텐데요. 오늘 진짜 무서우실 텐데요. 하지만 장 시작 1분 전이네요. 장 시작도 한번 지금이 한번 해볼까요 같이?
저 들어가고 싶은데 근데 완전 껍친이라서 제가 봤을 때는 너무 지금 나스닥 계속 떨어지고 있는데 과연 아예 지옥으로 떨어질지 아니면 올라갈지는 잘 모르겠는데, 제 감으로만 가면 저는 매수로 들어가고 싶어요. 지금 시장 열기 1분 전인데 쓱 들어가 볼까나, 어떻게 하면 좋을까. 오늘 돈 좀 많이 따야 되는데 조은씨 많이 도와주세요. 커피를 사줄게요.
역시 장 시작할 때 급격하게 내려 매수하셔서 큰일 났네요. 네, 오늘 이거에서 저는 예상해서 좀 반박을 했으면 하고요. 나쁨이 크네요. 이유는 지금 우리 방송 이후에 지금 현재 10년물 채권 금리가 올라가고 있고요. 2년물 채권 금리도 올라가고 있습니다. 물론 한 장기의 금리가 역전이 되면서 무정한 상황이고요. 달러도 상승하고 있네요. 그 상황에서 아무래도 오늘 내일 6시 20분에 돼 있는 엔비디아 실적 발표에 대해서 사람들이 내가 봤을 때는 공표가 나오는 게 맞는 것 같습니다. 그리고 봄 4시에 예정된 미국 FOMC 의사록에 있는 것도 빠져날 것 같다는 생각을 하고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 그러면 이렇게 되면 시스템적인 매도가 나오게 돼 있군요. 아무래도 그게 영향을 미치지 않을까라는 생각을 하는데요. 저는 개인적으로 유니는 좀 더 기다렸다가 좀 더 다양한 추세가 맞춰졌을 때 대단한 것 같을지 이런 의견을 조심스럽게 드립니다. 하지만 찬스가 나오면 뭐 있나요? 지금이야 한번 외치면서 들어가 봅시다.
네. 근데 제가 매수로 들어가고 싶었는데 다행히 안 들어갔어. 진짜 큰일 날 뻔했어. 물론 지금 좀 올라갈 수 있는데 거봐요. 쭉 조금씩 올라가고 있는데 참 정신이 없네. 뉴스도 봐야 돼. 뭐 발표도 들어야 돼. 근데 들어가고 싶은데 어떻게 하면 좋을까?
매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
일단은 매수로 들어가보시오.
지금이 하셨네요. 좋습니다. 분위기 좋아요. 가시죠. 가야죠.
저거 지금 좀 애매한데? 참, 일단 계속 올라가고 싶은데 계속 올라가겠죠? 그렇게 바라야죠.
누님 분위기 좋아요. 여기서 이 지지 싸움을 이겨내면 갈 수 있습니다. 가고 있어요. 여기서 비싸움을 이기면 수익 좋습니다. 누님 힘내네요. 하루나 그냥 외치시죠, 누님.
네. 근데 신기하네요. 그 목소리 바꿨을 때 진짜 아무 감정이 없어요. 네. 가겠습니다. 앞으로 갑시다. 이런 진짜 러버같이 나와가지고 좀 웃기네요. 그래도 응원해주셔서 감사합니다. 근데 떨어지네. 아니야. 일단은 그 시장이 아직 3분밖에 안 되는데, 열지 3분밖에 안 되는데, 쭉 기다려봅시다. 분명히 계속 올라갈 거고, 뭐 아니면 아예 나가리 될 수 있을 텐데, 천천히 기다려봅시다.
나가리.
네, 제 유행어예요. 나가리. 일단 지켜봅시다. 지금 좀 불안하긴 하는데, 저 한숨이 나오네.
누님, 한숨 쉬지 마시죠. 여기에 지금 매물대와 매수세가 어마어마하게 지금 싸우고 있는데요. 이걸 만약에 이겨내는 순간 누님 추세를 발견할 수 있습니다. 하지만 일단 안 좋네요. 인정해야죠. 하지만 나스닥의 묘미는 역적 아니겠나요? 좀 기다려보시죠.
네, 기다려봐야죠. 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 그래도 책임은 저한테 있죠? 그쵸?
항상 투자의 책임은 본인에게 있습니다.
오케이, 박죠. 아무튼 계속 보시죠. 아이고, 아니다. 제가 제일 좋아하는 방식은 뭐죠? 아시죠? 그냥 매매 들어가고 자태 안 보는 거. 저 안 볼게요. 일단 당분간. 그냥 저랑 같이 그냥 뉴스 보시죠. 지금 NBG
힘내네요. 올라가면 양봉 떴습니다. 양봉 올라갑니다. 누님 힘내시죠. 힘내요.
네. 올라갑시다. 하늘로 갑시다.
하늘로 갑시다.
역시 제가 말하는 순간 바로 떨어지네. 이거야 많이 떨어지네. 일단 마이너스 40만원. 왜 마음이 아프죠? 왜 마음이 아플까? 담보금도 500이었는데 계속 줄어들고 있어요. 근데 진짜 포지션이 너무 애매해요. 그러니까 애매하기보다는 지금 완전 기싸움이라서 저 이거 좀 버텨야죠. 다행히 제 담보금이 좀 많이 쌓였기 때문에 좀 이런 포지션을 계속 유지할 수 있는데, 아니었으면 진짜 큰일 날 뻔했을 수도 있어.
제가 봤을 때는 누님 승부를 보신다 했는데요. 아까 승부를 보신다 가지고 그대로 하셨네요. 제가 봤을 때는 아직 괜찮습니다. 이 정도의 마이너스 손익은 아직 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
오케이, 승부를 봅시다. 차트 보지 말고. 지금 뭐 오일이든 달러든 봐야 되지 않을까요? 봅시다.
네, 지금 달러 강세로 돌아섰고요. 비트코인 좀 하락하고 있고요. 골드는 해놓고 문제는 채권들인데요. 제가 봤을 때는 아직은 물어갈 수 없어요. 양전 전환하셨습니다. 양전 전환하셨어요. 근데 님, 제가 봤을 때는 이번 양전 한 번 더 전환하시면 다시 시장을 다시 기다리는 게 맞는 것 같습니다. 이번에 양전 전환하시면 약 6절 후 기다려보시죠. 내내 지점 다시 한번 잡아보는 게 맞는 것 같습니다.
네, 그러시죠. 지금 올라가고 있네. 오케이. 기다리는 보람이 있을 거야. 분명히. 진짜 담보금이 많이 쌓였어. 진짜 다행이다. 그래서 이렇게 재미있는 거래도 할 수 있어서 다행이다. 왜냐면 한 2달 전만 해도 뭐 10만원 10만원이 아니고 10,000원, 20,000원 이렇게 먹었는데 완전 행복했었어요. 20,000원 벌었어. 뭐 커피값 벌었어. 이랬는데 야, 지금은 이게 뭐야? 마이너스 40만원? 약간 이런.
크게 보시죠. 크게 비님. 지금 기싸움이 장난이 아니네요. 여기서 어마어마하게 싸우고 있네요. 과연 이대로 하락할 것이냐, 여기서 반등할 것이냐, 어마어마한 지금 심리들이 작동하는 것 같은데요. 재밌네요. 진짜 저도 오랜만에 약간 스릴을 느끼면서 엔돌핀이, 몸에는 도파민이 분출되기 시작하는데요. 이게 나스닥의 논리가 아닐까 생각됩니다.
그쵸. 근데 역시는 나스닥은 요즘 진짜 미쳤어. 무서워. 나스닥 말고 다른 종목을 바꿔야 되나 싶기도 하고 너무 무서워서. 그래도 그만큼 취미도 많죠? 사실은.
그럼요. 그 찬스나 그 하위, 내가 원했던 매매나 모든 걸 성취감도 크겠죠.
네, 맞습니다. 야, 진짜. 근데 뭐 어디 한생이나 그냥 금에 들어갔었으면 그런 취미가 없었을걸요? 약간 롤러코스터가 좀 좋아하는 편이라서 물론 완전 떨어질 때는 마음이 아프긴 하죠.
입니다. 항생도 어마어마한 납치사들이 있어요. 오늘 같은 경우도 항상 어마어마하게 올라갔던 친구의 부양제가 중국의 금리나 핀치가 재정 정책이 발표되면서 그러다가 올라갔던 걸 약간 반납하고 장 마감쯤에 오자 마감쯤 정도 다시 상승 마감됐는데요. 야간제가 아직 모르겠고요. 지금도 상승하고 있네요. 항생이. 상승폭이 좋아지고 좀 해보는데 이 모든 건 좀 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 현재 오늘의 장기는 정말 뜨겁네요.
그러세요? 그럼 환생 잠시만 환생 차트 좀 볼까요? 봅시다. 그러네요. 갑자기 확 올라가고 있네. 정정하다가
아무래도 이 전 세계 시장에 검역적인 돼 있기 때문에 영향을 받을 수밖에 없다고 생각합니다. 항생 지수가 오늘 항생이 어마어마한 2% 이상의 상승을 보여줬어요. 그러다가 잠시 실현을 하고 조정을 받고 있고 행보를 하다가 지금 야간장 가면서 또 엄청난 또 상승률을 보여주고 있네요.
역시 해외선물이나 주식이 무섭네요. 예측은 가능한데 제 머리로 아직 안 돼. 저는 감으로만 예측하기 때문에. 근데 다행히 지원 씨 덕분에 조금 지식이 좀 생기고 있어요. 고맙습니다.
눈이 안 좋은 분위기입니다.
네.
아까 전에 갑자기 하반기 시작을 강한 운동이 나오고 있어요. 강한 운동이 지금 떴습니다. 여기서 만약에 잘못되면 큰 상황이라고 선정해야 될 것 같아요. 큰 선정해야 될 것 같은데 힘을 불어넣어주시죠. 이게 뉴파워를 지금 불어넣어주셔야 될 것 같습니다.
그러니까 좀 더 뻗쳐야지. 진짜 좀 여기도 좀 뻗치면 계속 올라갈 수 있는데 더 떨어지면 안 되는데. 더 떨어지면 진짜 그때 손절하고. 근데 손절하기엔 금액이 너무 큰데 마이너스 60만 원이면 주기 싫은데.
누님, 손정은 아까워하면 안 됩니다. 손정은 주는 거 과감하게 내가 다시 안전한 자리에 들어가서 다시 과감하게 하는 게 나를 믿고 다시 매매를 하는 게 필요하다고 생각됩니다. 아직은 손절은 아니지만요. 제가 봤을 때 손절하기 거의 가까이 왔거든요. 여기서 지금 힘이 필요합니다. 제가 봤을 때 12시 정도면은 안정되지 않을까 생각하는데요. 지금은 중요한 타임입니다. 사실 저도 긴장되네요.
아이고, 어떡해. 일단 계속 떨어지고 있고. 여러분, 힘을 주십시오. 또 좀 올라가야 되는데. 근데 이거 오늘은 뚝 떨어지면 좀 안 좋을 텐데.
엘리베이터 열리는 거죠. 지옥 가는 겁니다. 지하에는 지하가 끝이 있다고 모두도 생각을 하는데요. 지하는 끝이 없습니다. 계속 내려갑니다. 빵꾸 가고요. 지금 그러고 있네요. 지금 그러고 있어요.
어떡해. 손절해야 되지 않아? 아니면 아니야, 엄청 많이 떨어지네. 어떡해. 마이너스 100만 원이야. 600만 원이라 10만 원이야. 에? 맞아? 10?
매수 주문이 체결되었습니다.
진짜. 어떡해. 일단은 계약수 늘리고 근데 타이밍을 못 참았어 진짜. 아이씨. 어떡해. 여러분, 이건 아니다. 야, 이거 지금 멘붕 상태야 진짜. 왠지 축 떨어질 것 같은데. 어떡해.
선생님의 오늘 매수가 지금 강한데요. 사실은 매매는 추세를 따라야 됩니다. 원래는 매도로 갔어야죠. 하지만 저는 매수가 아직은 좋았다고 생각하지 않습니다. 좀 기다려보시죠.
그랬겠죠? 그래서 지금 계약수 좀 늘렸는데 잘 됐으면 한 10만 원 먹고 손절해야 될 것 같아요. 타이밍이 타이밍보다는 포지션 문제인가? 어떡해.
사실 조금 뜻밖의 들어가긴 했는데요. 아직 모릅니다. 왜냐면 님이 매수 선택했다는 이유는 결론은 장후반까지 어차피 저희는 장이 아직 안 끝났어요. 장이 말하면 안 됐습니다. 이거 걱정하지 마시고요. 천천히 생각하시고 자신감을 가지시고 자신을 믿으세요. 매매는 자신을 믿어야 됩니다. 누구를 믿으면 안 되고요. 모든 애널리스트의 정보, 모든 지표, 이거는 그냥 결론은 저희한테 쪽팔가야면 정보일 뿐이지 결론은 제가 선택하는 거잖아요. 힘내시죠, 누님. 제가 봤을 때 아직입니다.
그렇겠죠. 일단 오케이. 일단 기다려봅시다. 어차피 아직은 마이너스인데. 잠시만요.
매도 주문이 체결되었습니다.
타이밍을. 그래도 마이너스야. 잘 잡다 말았어.
누님 사실은 지금 더 기다려야 되거든요. 제가 봤을 때 끝까지 성공을 봐야 되는데 누님이 옆에서 너는 막 지금 너무 사실 좀 자꾸 때리시 못 읽으시니까 제가 봤을 때 그냥 매도하시라고 일단 다들 선택하시라고 한 겁니다. 누님 너무 천천히 하시죠. 무섭습니다.
저는 완전 승부사라서 이런 건 못 봐. 약간 여기 떨어질 땐 너무 떨어지는데 들어가야 되는데 이런 사람이라서 성격상에서 어쩔 수 없죠.
누님 어제 때 수익 보셨잖아요. 오늘 수익 중에 일부러 드시고 아직 장 안 끝났잖아요. 다시 진입자리를 안전하게 판단을 하고 자신있게 들어가시죠, 누님. 제가 봤을 땐 장은 좀 더 감당해야 될 것 같아요. 저야 한 30분 감당해야 되지 않을까? 장이 안정이 되면 방향성이 좀 발동해졌다 생각하면 그때 다시 중에 빠지는 걸로 하시고 지금 저희도 잠시 지켜보는 걸로 감당해 봐야 할 것 같은데 잠시 쉬시죠.
네, 아마 그래야 될 것 같아요. 왜냐면 좀 무섭네요. 지금 안전되지 않은 상태에서 좀 들어가는 게 위험하다 보니까 그쵸, 조금 기다려보고 그리고 한 3시에 4시에 발표가 있으니까 그때까지 안전되겠지? 그때 상황을 보고 그때 다시 들어가겠습니다. 네, 일단은 조금 지켜봐야겠죠.
오늘 모든 투자자분들이 제가 봤을 때 잠을 못 이룰 것 같아요. 발표가 일단 F60 발표 의사록이 4시기 때문에요. 제가 봤을 때 3시 정도부터 다 일어날 수 있지 않으실까. 아침 6시 20분에 미국 엔비디아 실적 발표가 예정돼 있는데요. 아마 잠들다 이루지 못하는 그런 확률이 되지 않을까. 내일 다들 힘들겠죠? 저희도 최종 분배를 해야 되니까 잠시 쉬시면서 관망하시는 걸로 가지고 지금 보세요, 니님. 지금 약선도 잘 나오셨잖아요. 아직은 프로세스가 너무 강하잖아요. 좀 더 기다려보시죠, 누님. 또 잠시 쉬시는 걸로 했으면 좋겠습니다. 저도 힘들어요.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이따가 다시 뵙겠습니다. 여러분 화이팅 하시고 이따 뵙겠습니다.
December in the United Kingdom, they barred a number of individuals from trading some of these hard metals. And in the UK at the time said there's potentially more we can do when we work with international partners. So potentially this is going to be what the penalty is.
Okay, and Nikki Haley, absolutely defiant. I mean, this lady, despite what happens in South Carolina, she's sticking in there.
She says she's going to go. I think she hopes for a better showing. Well, let's see what Saturday brings. But, she hopes for a showing in her home state. They just elected her governor. The poll this morning that stuck out to me, Suffolk University, USA Today, 2-1, 63% Trump, 35% Nikki Haley. So it is a steep climb for her. And the director there saying the issue with the poll, the story of this poll is the depth of strength Trump has. But she remains, as you say, managed defiant. She's going to continue after the South Carolina primary.
Nice speaker's line to go as well. So there you go. On to play for in US politics. Reporter on political situation. Sector price action. Abby is with me. Abby, what have you got?
Well, it's interesting. We have more sectors that are higher than lower, but we do have the S&P 500 to be third down day in a row. So this has everything to do with the fact that the worst sector on the day, tech, down 1.3%. That's a big, big weighting to the index. And of course, the stocks, the chip index, chip stocks, I should say, a big piece of that downfall today on the day. Fears going into that NVIDIA quarter. We have communication services, another heavyweight sector, down 0.7%. On the other hand, you have a number of sectors that are actually up 1% or thereabouts. Energy, utilities, consumer discretionary. Let's take a look at one sector this week that's really slipped through the cracks to some degree. We actually talked about it on the stock of the hour yesterday. But the S&P 500 food, beverage, and tobacco index, it's really outperforming so far, up 1.81%. This is, we have the 2024 Canopy Conference, and Kraft Heinz really talked about how they're going to invest in their technology. And not surprisingly, man, we did have talk about the weight loss drugs. Conagra saying yesterday that they, or this week, that they see positive trends against those weight loss drugs, that they are seeing volume increase in single-serve meals for those people trying to lose weight. So that's not another reason why we have this index higher so far this week.
Abby, thank you very much. Great work. Through the morning coming up the show. Market moving events for your day. It'll come down to those Fed minutes and NVIDIA, but we'll just block it away for you in a moment. 1%. The market is positioned for $200 billion worth of variance. Puts and calls have traded. That is the scale of the volatility that NVIDIA could deliver today. As we discuss the Fed minutes, we may get a little bit more acuity on what is it that's going to confirm for the Fed that they can begin to cut rates. And the risk is, of course, from Larry Summers flying the kite, maybe even one of those potential outliers could be a rate hike. So we are nervous, and the oxygen is thin in stockland. NVIDIA will define just exactly how rare that error will be. Here's your trading diary. I mentioned a couple of things for you. We'll get the Fed minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Mike McKee's hunting down in Washington. We'll bring those to you live. NVIDIA reports after the closing bell. We'll take a look at the revenue
with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so you head over to youtube.com/Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Podcast. It's all there. You can find it there. Billy Lipschultz sitting in for Alex Steele. Alex Steele is out this week. Should be back on Monday. Lots to go over today. We're going to check in with Larry Jersey, get his call on where he thinks this Fed is going. And we're also going to check in with Craig Trudell, who covers the auto industry. He's the czar. Get a sense of what's happening in that EV business. Kavita Gupta is also going to join us. She's a founder and managing partner at Delta Blockchain Fund. Joins us to discuss the latest on Bitcoin, all things crypto. Maybe Matt Miller will dial in here. We'll see about that. First, let's kind of kick this thing off here with Lisa Mateo, get a sense of what's happening.
You got it. Market Drivers brought to you by Interactive Brokers. IBKR's redesigned Fundamentals Explorer. It provides comprehensive worldwide fundamentals data to clients at no cost. Take your research to the next level. Visit IBKR.com. Well, could Wall Street be in store for a third day of declines? Well, it kind of seems to be looking that way. NASDAQ is leading the losses, down about 0.6% right now. NVIDIA earnings has a lot to do with it. Wall Street set the high expectation, but investors are a little bit cautious. Right now, shares of NVIDIA, they're down about 2%. Later this afternoon, we get minutes from the Fed's last meeting. Now, as far as yields, they're lower. The 2-year yield at 4.59%. The 10-year, 4.26%. And commodities, COMEX gold is lower at $2,038 an ounce, bottom of the $2,027 an ounce. NYMEX crude, $77 a barrel. Brent crude at $82 a barrel. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Bailey.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Bailey Lipschultz, Paul Sweeney live here with you in your Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Bailey, I guess it's NVIDIA. That's kind of the story of the day. This is a stock that it's not just a bellwether for like the tech sector. It feels like it's become a bellwether for the market. You think about the November, December move we had last year. A lot of this is kind of tech driven.
Everything's tech driven. Everything's around that AI mania. Can NVIDIA live up to the hype? Really, I think Goldman Sachs is one of the most important stocks.
Yeah, exactly. On the planet.
So when Goldman starts saying that, it'll be a little bit scary.
I mean, I guess I would think the options trading around this, over the last few days has just been fascinating. Trying to, lay some bets because you just know that there's going to be some big movement one way or the other.
Well, that's the interesting thing. You look at the implied move on the terminal ERN function, 11% move priced in is what the options are showing you there, the upper downside. But the interesting thing is the last quarter you had a drop of 2.5%, quarter before that flat out day. You go back to when it really blew, kind of the roof off of earnings, 24% surge, 14% surge. Not really things that you would expect.
And by the way, for our terminal users out there, ERN, that's a good one. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So again, the takeaway, the implied one-day move is 11%.
Especially for a $1.7 trillion company. I think we were talking about it on one of the calls this morning. It would likely be in terms of market value if that played out the largest one-day swing in terms of value added.
So, all right, we'll stay on top of that. That'll be after the close today. Joy Melinda joins us. She covers the higher equity markets for Bloomberg, and she joins us here in our New York City studio today.
Let's kick things off with Toll Brothers. Looking at some home builders here.
Like the home builders. You cover
I
the
mean, that's my
home
space.
builder
I'm
streets.
biased. That's all you're going to hear from me.
I tell you something, they've been great stocks. They've been ripping.
They have been ripping. Let's look at Toll Brothers. That is a luxury home builder. So if you're into the bougie stuff, this is for you. Those shares are jumping as much as 7.8% for their highest intraday level on record. Now, this company really saw a massive EPS beat, gross margin beat, and these are the metrics that we're really looking at when we think about real estate and home builders. And not only that, but it boosted home sales gross margin when we're looking at the future. And the interesting thing about Toll Brothers is as we think about home builders, they've really been offering a lot of incentives, specifically as it pertains to rate buy downs. Now, Toll Brothers, in terms of the last quarter, that's not necessarily what they relied on. It actually saw its base prices rise
that's ticker PANW. Those shares are plunging as much as 27%. And this is its biggest drop on record. It's really a software company that offers firewalls that identify and control applications and content to stop threats. And the company slashed its full year forecast for both revenue and billings. And it blames that all in the change to its go-to-market strategy. But it did say that customers are facing spending fatigue in cyber.
The big thing whenever I see things like this, I immediately look at ETFs and what layer comes in, especially with the thematic wave. So you get hacked. HACK down 5.2%. Performers, Palo Alto down 26%. Zscaler down 14%. SentinelOne down 11%. So far, we're seeing the entire cybersecurity space under pressure, just given those results.
100%. I think all these companies are moving up in sympathy, unfortunately falling below.
I'll tell you what, it's like cybersecurity to me is like new plastics. What's the future like? Like my kids, I would like I have one son in technology, but he's doing rockets and stuff like that. But cybersecurity, it's never going away. I mean, you have to spend every year on it, I would think, if you're any kind of company.
Yeah, and especially with the amount of hacks that we've seen. What was it, Clorox? At the end of last year, basically having their business put on a standstill. So you're seeing the kind of rise of these hacks here. I would assume that you're more than happy to have companies come out and spending, but very cautious commentary from Palo Alto Networks.
Exactly. I want to quickly move to CoStar. That's ticker CSGB. GP. Those shares are rising as much as 3.4% this morning. That's an information services company that provides commercial real estate research. Back in my real estate bag. It reported fourth quarter results and gave an outlook. And some firms did see the profit outlook as weak, but are recommending that investors buy the dip. So we are seeing those shares up, as I said, a little bit more than 3% this morning. So it does seem as though some people are out there. We had Stevens actually, the company moved CoStar to its 2024 best idea list. Once again, citing that buy the dip, seeing this as a clear buying opportunity.
All right, very good. I mean, Palo Alto Networks, I know nothing about the stock, but again, it's one of those things where if I were a PM, I'd happen to sit here and say, should we be buying this thing? This is one of those things when you see something in an industry you love, and you see, said, all right, they blew numbers, they're going to get taken out to the woodshed. I get it, but is there any reason to believe that they're not going to benefit from these long-term trends?
No, definitely. You're looking right now, the stock up past 12 months, 62%, coming into the print 119%. So high expectations, high bar, but as you're saying, which I kind of agree with.
Yeah, I mean, I've been just steamrolled a million times with that kind of strategy in the past. Like, oh, see if I can catch this one. Hasn't worked out. Norma Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda, she covers all the markets for us. We appreciate getting a few minutes of her time. Let's check in with Ira Jersey here, because I don't know what my Federal Reserve is going to do. I mean, that Fed, the Fed watchers, they were pounding their chest March, we're going to get a rate cut.
6 rate cuts.
Yeah, and now it's kind of May. Now people are talking about June. We've had a couple of smart people come in here over the last couple of days and say, hey, you better have a scenario where they raise rates. So I have no idea what's going on. So let's bring in Ira Jersey, because that's his job. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. Ira, it seems like this thing changes day by day, and I guess that's why the good folks at Bloomberg made the WERP function, because it just changes all the time. It's a fluid situation. Given kind of what we know here in the economics and some of the data we've seen, how do you think the Fed's feeling today?
So that's going to be completely different, but that is something that I'm really looking forward to seeing what they talk about and how they're going to frame the discussion that we're going to have in March, because PayPal has said that in March they're going to start their talk about that.
All right, so I get home to my new hours. I get home in the afternoon. I turn on CBS. I see Inter Milan playing Atletico Madrid. I think that's what I was seeing. Match. I don't know why it's on the CBS network in the middle of the afternoon. That's another question. Ira, what was I watching? My question was, why was it on CBS network? I'm not watching some silly soap operas or game shows or something like that. So that's for me. That's immediate. So, who is favorite in the Champions League? All right, very good. Ira Jersey, thanks so much. As always, Ira Jersey, he's our U.S. interest rate strategist. He's also our go-to soccer aficionado. How did you become an Inter Milan fan?
They were a really fun team when I was in high school. They actually won the Champions League right after I became a fan, which is hard to let go. So I kind of stuck to it. Also, everyone's a fan of English soccer.
Yes.
So Serie A, Italian soccer really spoke to me, I guess.
There was a time when that was a top league, and it's still a top league, but it's still falling behind.
Spending in the Premier League is just paramount. Right. Their strength.
Yeah, that's what it is. So, all right, we'll see what happens when I get home today. Can I watch
Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I'm Lisa Mateo. Red on the screen this morning. This is ahead of the release of the Fed's minutes from its last meeting and ahead of NVIDIA results that will be released after the close. Taking a peek at NVIDIA right now, it's down more than 1.5%. We have the NASDAQ down about 0.5% right now. S&P Dow down about 0.1%. Yields are lower. The 2-year at 4.59%, the 10-year at 4.26%, and the 30-year at 4.44%. To currencies right now, where the dollar is weaker, same for the Japanese yen, the euro stronger, British pound weaker, Bitcoin at 51,211. That is your Bloomberg.
Sitting in for Alex Steele. Paul Sweeney here live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also doing a streaming thing on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Radio here. You know we love the big take stories here. Bloomberg News, almost like on a daily basis. It's big take stories, really deep dives, deeply reported. Teams of people focused on this thing, and they go deep. They get good data, good reporting. And today is a big one. Biden's EV dreams are a nightmare for Tesla in the U.S. car industry. Craig Trudell joins us, Global Autos editor for Bloomberg News on Zoom from London. So, Craig, this is a big deal here because President Biden, that Inflation Reduction Act, putting a lot of money behind EVs here, but you can't take China out of the equation here. What's happening?
Yeah, I think this is a really challenging thing that the Biden administration was trying to do, right? They were trying to jumpstart the EV industry in the U.S. I would say, you know, you can give them high marks for what they've done in terms of the amount of manufacturing investment they've attracted. It's really been remarkable, the response that we've seen there. On the other side of the equation, the demand side, I think, you know, the marks are way more mixed. I think, you know, the challenges that we're going to see in the years to come, you know, assuming, of course, IRA, you know, stands up if we see a change in the White House later this year. But you know, whether or not manufacturers can sort of pull off what Biden, you know, is asking of them, which is to really set up a EV and battery supply chain that is less reliant on China and eventually is just not reliant on China. And that's proving to be an extremely difficult task, and that's what we try to lay out today in ways that are, you know, really it's a complicated issue. You know, Tesla, everyone thinks about as, you know, being a very sort of made in America car brand, and you know, they sort of are recognized as one legitimately, but you know, when given the opportunity to import batteries because of the fact that the IRA, you know, didn't really necessarily grow some teeth until the beginning of this year, we saw, you know, just in a matter of months, Tesla import $2.5 billion worth of EV batteries from China.
Craig, that's happening because it feels like every time we talk about GM, Ford, Tesla, a lot of these companies are losing money making their EVs. So what was the point of the IRA if not to kind of streamline, I guess, the kind of inputs of these batteries?
I think what you have here is a situation where, you know, Joe Manchin was you know, the player who, you know, Washington really just had to sort of bend to his will, and he was really reluctant to you know, allow for electric vehicles to continue to get tax credits. He was opposed to them, and he said, okay, industry, we'll give you these tax credits, but you build me a supply chain. That of course, you know, sort of didn't take into account sort of, you know, the complexities of the supply chain and the fact that China is just so dominant in this space, and they've really sort of, you know, methodically, you know, for a time quietly, you know, built this you know, staggeringly strong position in terms of, you know, the control of, you know, the inputs, whether it's, you know, nickel and lithium, graphite. You know, these inputs are going to be really, really difficult to source. Not only just, you know, whether they're mined in China, but whether they're sort of processed and refined, and you know, the sort of cost difference that the West is going to have to sort of overcome really just can't be, you know, sort of overstated at this point.
And folks, if you want to see this article, it's a fantastic article, really deeply reported, great graphics, makes it easy for me because I like the pictures. Bloomberg.com/big take is kind of where you find it. Big team effort. So, you know, Craig, I see in your reporting here in 2023, the IRA required that at least half of the value of battery components be assembled in North America, and that 40% of the raw materials had to be sourced from the U.S. And in 2027, that raw material requirement is going to double to
come out. I think of lithium in particular, you've seen just this dramatic, drop in prices that significantly undermines the economics of those projects. And so, I think the raw materials in particular are a real challenge. I think battery components will be less of a challenge, but even there, it is a matter of you can't just sort of snap your fingers and open up a bunch of plants for these various components. It does take time to put, dig up the ground and put up these plants that are coming, but are taking some time.
Craig, across the auto makers, looking at the reporting again, 7 of Tesla's 12 models sold in the U.S. fully cleared the IRA's sourcing hurdles and qualified for the tax credit. What percentage of EVs being sold in the U.S. are clearing that hurdle?
I think because Tesla is still so dominant in the U.S., we're at a point where the EVs that do the most volume are largely qualifying as EVs. But I think the fact that those raw material requirements that kick in next year and then escalate in the years that follow, that's really where we're going to see even more of a level of screws put on the industry. But I think the other car maker that I think is particularly well positioned, I would just call out to General Motors. I think the fact that they have a localized supply chain for batteries, they have a joint venture with a marine battery supplier. We're seeing more and more of those partnerships. Ford following suit, Stellantis, the maker of Jeep, Chrysler. Similar deal where they're setting up battery plants in North America and sort of on and on. But those projects, I would say, are much further behind where we have Tesla, which for years has been making batteries out of Nevada with Panasonic, and GM, which has a partnership with LG in the U.S.
But Craig, I think the narrative out there, just on the bigger picture on EVs right now is maybe demand isn't as high as we all thought at one point. We've got big auto manufacturers going back, like Ford, for example. Loss is still big. What's your understanding when you talk to sources as to people are thinking about the ultimate demand for EVs over the next 1 to 3 to 5 years?
I think, perversely, it was a challenge that, for a time, business was too good. The fact that, for a while there, so many companies, actually had back orders. Tesla in particular, had demand issues as opposed to supply issue. That, really sort of caused this, unsustainable, jacking up of prices. The fact that has had to come down, I would say, more dramatically than we've seen for the rest of the industry has had all sorts of, unintended consequences when you, so dramatically bring down prices on the new side. The used side is of the equation. The used vehicle
at the heart of the system Vladimir Putin has put in place is only confirmed by Alexei Navalny's death and the arrests of hundreds who mourned his passing. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Prosecutors say a former FBI informant charged with making up a multi-million-dollar bribery scheme involving President Joe Biden, his son Hunter, and the Ukrainian energy company had contacts with officials affiliated with Russian intelligence. It comes as a judge allowed Alexander Smirnov to be released from custody on electronic GPS monitoring. President Joe Biden's administration announced today that more than 150,000 borrowers will receive $1.2 billion in student loan forgiveness under a
pressure in some sectors, it's just still too high despite improvement in inflation. Yields are higher. The 2-year yield at 4.61%, the 10-year at 4.27%, the 30-year at 4.45%. And of the 11 major industry groups, the biggest drag from information technology. Now, specifically system software. And then you start to look a little bit further under the hood, you see Palo Alto Networks. It's a cybersecurity company. It's at the top of the list, on track for its biggest decline in 7 years after its latest earnings report. That's Palo Alto Networks. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Bailey.
Very, very good, Lisa Teo. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Kelly Lipschutz, sitting in for Alex Steele. Paul Sweeney, we're here with you in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Radio. Looking at Bitcoin here in memory of Matt Miller. Boy, since a March low last year, March of last year, it's up about 155%. It's just had such a huge move, and there's a lot of reasons behind that, including we got a spot Bitcoin ETF, which I think the crypto people are happy about. Kavita Gupta joins us. She's the founder and managing partner of Delta Blockchain Fund. She joins us on Zoom from New York City. Kavita, big move here in Bitcoin. I'd love to get your thoughts about kind of what's really driving it here over the last, kind of 8 to 9, 10 months.
First of all, Colin, really thank you for having me. I think it's been a very interesting journey. People in the space already knew that, of course, the anticipation of Bitcoin ETF, plus the halving of Bitcoin, which is about to happen in May, starting from April, which is going to make it more difficult to produce Bitcoins. So the
여러분 다시 왔습니다. 역시 오늘도 엄청 무서운 상황이죠. 물론 여기는 좀 타이밍이 좀 있었는데 아쉽게도 조금 못 잡아서 안 들어갔는데, 그리고 지금 계속 떨어지고 있어요. 제 예상 밖이에요. 근데 지금 더 다시 들어가야 될지 아니면 아직 좀 기다려야 될지는 잘 모르겠는데, 일단 4시까지는 조금 더 지켜봐야 될 것 같고, 어떻게 하면 좋을까요, 조원씨?
님, 제가 아까도 얘기했던 것처럼 오늘은 자해 주제가 어떻게 결정될지 몰라야 하거든요. 세배 FOMC 발표, 나머지 엔비디아 실적 발표 때까지 때려야 될 것 같은데 제 의견이고요. 지금 매매는 더 추천드리지 않습니다. 지금의 잠시 먹는 매매는 아무 의미가 없을 것 같고요. 손실은 크게 볼 수 있을 것 같아서 내일부터 오늘 반복하시죠. 반복하고 많은 매매되는 세들도 나오면 어차피 저희는 온라인 테니까 좋은 자리장들 그다음 저희 매매를 직접 하는 걸로 하고, 저희 오늘 방송은 마감을 해야 될 것 같습니다. 이유는 모든 지표들이나 모든 얘기들이 오늘 4시에 FOMC 기사로 3시에 연준 우먼 이사에 투표권이 있는 이사예요. 거기 또 연설 5시 45분에 미국 바이든 대통령의 또 연설이 있습니다. 근데 참 신기한 게 있어요. 요즘 바이든 대통령이 나오고 떠나서요. 무슨 징크스 같은데요. 그거 하고 6시 20분까지 엔비디아 실적 보고 해서 이거는 저는 개인적으로는 기다리시죠. 그 다음에 와상 안 해도 내일 장애도 열리잖아요. 이렇게 생각하시고 일단 오늘은 저희 돈 다운로드했다고 대기하는 거 하는 게 맞을 것 같습니다. 시청자 여러분, 저는 감사합니다. 저는 이대로 담당하고 또 연구하는 걸로 하겠습니다. 시청자 여러분.
네, 조원씨 감사합니다. 오늘 유일하게 마이너스로 마감해야 될 것 같아요. 진짜 유일하게. 여태까지 계속 어떻게든 10,000원이든 4,000원이든 어떻게든 벌었는데, 일단 놔버리고 내일도 있으니까 내일 좀 많이 따야죠. 아무튼 여러분 오늘 감사했고, 일단 우리는 여기까지 하고 방송 계속 할 테니까, 그러니까 필요하신 분들은 차트나 뉴스 필요하시면 우리 방송 참고하시고 계속 시청해 주시면 좋겠고, 그리고 좋아요, 구독 눌러주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 우리는 여기까지 하고 내일도 다시 만납시다.
네, 내일도 좋은 모습으로 찾아뵙겠습니다. 청취자 여러분 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
So presumably that's expanding the base of investors in this asset. Yeah, that's what the bulls say. So let's see. ETFs. S&P 500 off 0.2%, Nasdaq off about 0.6%. More coming up. This is
Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I'm Lisa Mateo. Today, it's all about NVIDIA, the chip maker opening its books after the close. Now, it's responsible for a third of the NASDAQ gains this year. That has Goldman Sachs calling it the most important stock on planet Earth. Alex Webb covers tech for Bloomberg News.
I think it's important partly because of what we've seen from the other big tech stocks. It's been a little bit of a mixed picture, not uniformly good, not uniformly bad. You know, some slight hiccups at Microsoft and Google, decent numbers elsewhere at Amazon and Meta. So it means there's a lot of weight on NVIDIA, which of course is responsible for a huge amount of, in fact, the market's growth over the past year. It's gone from $600 billion market cap to 1.8 trillion in the space of over 12 months.
Shares are down about 2%. Now, from tech to finance, HSBC, their ADRs right now, they're down about 8% after reporting fourth quarter profit that fell 80%. It also announced a $2 billion share buyback. And Citigroup boosting the pay of its CEO, Jane Fraser, by 6% to $26 million. This comes during a reorganization where thousands lost their jobs. It's down about 0.3%. And the world's biggest e-commerce company, about to become a blue chip stock, Bloomberg's Alexandra Semenova, has more than Amazon joining the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
The e-commerce giant will replace Walgreens Boots Alliance in the 30 stock gauge. The change will go into effect prior to the open of trading on Monday, February 26th. The shift was prompted by Walmart's decision to split its stock 3-to-1. Such a move will reduce Walmart's index weight due to the price-weighted construction of the blue chip index. Unlike its counterpart in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, the Dow is weighted based on the share price of its holdings rather than their market cap.
Aside from that news, we're also learning Amazon founder Jeff Bezos selling more of his stake in the company, unloading 14 million shares.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Quick snapshot of these markets. S&P off 1/4 of 1%. The NASDAQ off 0.6%. We also keep an eye on the Russell. That's off about 0.5%. That's the small cappers. Yields just pretty much steady right here. 4.28% on your 10-year WTI crude oil. Slightly higher, $77 and change. And Bitcoin off 1.7%. 51,100 on your cryptocurrency with our news in New York City. Here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul, Bailey, and Lisa. The U.S. has told its allies that Russia could put a nuclear weapon in space within a year. That's what sources are telling Bloomberg News. We get more from Bloomberg government's Jonathan Florey in Washington.
What being told U.S. allies is that Russia is trying to build a nuclear weapon in space that could target satellites and have huge disruptive effects on communications here on Earth. President Biden has said that this weapon does not pose a threat to human lives, but obviously if you disrupt satellites, that could disrupt so much of what we do, so we depend so much on communications right now.
Bloomberg government's John Tamari in the nation's capital. Former President Donald Trump participated in a Fox News town hall on domestic and foreign policy changes. Trump was asked to explain his Truth Social post about Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. He says what happened in Navalny is happening in our country.
We are turning into a communist country in many ways, and if you look at it, I'm the leading candidate. I got indicted. I never heard of being indicted before. I got indicted 4 times. I have 8 or 9 trials, all because of the fact that and you know this, all because of the fact that I'm in politics. They indicted me on things that are so ridiculous.
Meanwhile, there's news. Donald Trump's campaign spent more than it raised in January. The Trump Allied Political Action Committee spent $2.9 million on legal fees in January alone. Separately, Trump's campaign took in $8.8 million but doled out $11.4 million last month, according to filings with the Federal Election Commission. President Joe Biden's administration announced that more than 150,000 borrowers will receive $1.2 billion in student loan forgiveness under a program unveiled in January. It seeks to provide relief for Americans who had been making payments for at least a decade. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg. Paul Bailey.
Michael Barr, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Bailey, Tom Keene and I earlier this morning on surveillance Mr. Capuano of Marriott International studio talking about the company and their earnings. They put us some pretty solid earnings recently. Stocks up about 8% year to date, 45% on a trailing 12-month basis. So it was just they were pre-pandemic. What a story. And now I just noticed yesterday they went into the marketplace with a $1.5 billion debt offering. Why not? The use of proceeds is to, maybe general corporate purposes, working capital, capex, all that kind of stuff. Outstanding. So what a story he had about pre-pandemic, the debts of the pandemic.
Yeah, and if you look at this stock chart, it really shows that, Paul, we mentioned the going to market for $1.5 billion in debt. The company keeps just south of $13 million in debt on the balance sheet, according to the Bloomberg Terminal. So keeping that maintenance, maintaining it, always is interesting to see how different hotels, different operators in the travel and leisure space attack the debt and equity markets. And really, when you look at a business that, for lack of a better term, is super big, booming in sales right now in the U.S. and China, really does stand out.
Yeah, he was saying the leisure travel and the small business travel, they are at or above pre-pandemic levels. The large business travel is still below pre-pandemic, but that is partially limited by their conference business. So anyway, it's a pretty bullish talk there from the CEO of Marriott. Stock doing well. Says that most of their brands, the other house is back. That was like my question. That was kind of a thing.
Step into Wix Studio, the web creation platform built for agencies.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we got a lot of good stuff coming up. We're going to be busy. Thomas Notzel is going to join us. He's a Bloomberg Intelligence senior European banks analyst. HSB had some numbers, and we'll break them down with him. We'll get just a sense of how those European banks are faring overall relative to their U.S. peers. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO of Pepper International, will join us to give us a full market call. And I think the discussion of the morning, we're saving for last. NVIDIA reporting earnings after the close today. Huge move, huge impact on the markets overall, not just the tech space. We'll preview those numbers with none other than Gene Munster, managing partner at Deepwater Asset Management, one of the leading tech analysts out there. So that's good stuff. Right now, let's kick off this hour with the person who is just the busiest person in Bloomberg Radio, no question, Lisa Mateo.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, this Bloomberg Business Flash, we're brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. All right, we've got red on the screen right now. This is ahead of the release of the Fed's minutes from its latest meeting. Also ahead of NVIDIA results that get released after the close. The NASDAQ down about 0.5%. S&P 500 Dow is down 0.2%. Yields are higher. The 2-year yield at 4.63%.
let's kick things off with Icon Enterprises, that is ticker IEP. And those shares are down, slumping as much as 14%, their most since August. As we know, this is Carl Icahn's investment firm. It said that the value of its assets has declined. This really has investors very apprehensive. It said that net asset value was estimated to be $4.76 billion at the end of last year, which is a $411 million decrease compared to the previous quarter. As you all probably recall, they were actually the target of a Hindenburg short report just last year, early in the year. Not sure where that stands today, but this is super interesting, especially if you have them naming the new CEO, Andrew Tino. He was previously a portfolio manager at the firm, and then David Willits will now be moving as a CEO of Pep Boys.
Icon Enterprises owns 90% of this company. That's like that was. I remember that was the thing when Hindenburg was short, talking to some short sellers. Look at it, 42 out of 410 million shares. So really, like you're saying, really small flows you have swing. But it does give investors exposure to or ownership in his investment. So that's the interesting. All right. What else you have for us?
Glancing back at Palo Alto Networks that we spoke about a bit earlier, those shares are plunging for a record drop of as much as 21 or 27% today. As we know, this is a software firm, more cybersecurity. It offers firewalls to identify and stop and prevent threats, ranging also to data leakages. And this is coming after the company slashed its full-year forecast for both revenue and billings. It says that customers are facing spending fatigue in the cyberspace. I know Bailey noted earlier, we are seeing a lot of its peers falling today.
You look at a company that says they have spending fatigue and says this is new, and that customers are finding that incremental products are not necessarily driving a better security outcome for them. Those are all kind of red flags and someone who's covered the market
Casually.
for a while. When you look at the CEO basically talking down the business, never really good. I did think one thing that was interesting, Nora, when you look at it, is kind of the sense, at least reading through some of the analyst notes, that the company is cutting the cost of some of these subscriptions with the expectation that it'll pay off in the long term. But does that create a price war? How does that play out in the competitive space? Which, again, when you're talking tech spend, you're talking to a company that says
But I did want to quickly note, this is going on with Amazon and Walgreens. So Amazon is actually going to be joining the famous Dow Jones Industrial Average. It's going to be replacing Walgreens. We've got Walgreens shares lower this morning, and really just watching this, especially as the change is expected
HSBC.
Thank you much for having me. Well, yes, 8% is relatively big drop on the day of the results, and I think the key message we need to understand what is happening to HSBC. There is not very much good clarity on revenue outlook. We had a BOCOM impairment happening for 2023 in the fourth quarter, which was more or less anticipated by the market. However, the outlook and quite murky outlook for revenue, especially after 2024, is something that analysts I think may be concerned about. And the same cost control is another
Tomasz, I'm looking at a Bloomberg story on it saying, calling out the sinking profit when you have a number of analysts across the street saying that the quarter was messy and the guidance is unclear, as you mentioned. Kind of what can investors make of it? Is this something that in the long term turns out to be a buying opportunity, or is this more of catching a falling knife?
I think, yes, good question. I think it's very important to understand what currently happens. see the potential over there, and I don't, and I think they will stick to this as their strategy as well.
So how do investors take that? Do they? I mean, you know, there's a lot of folks out there. They're just saying, you know, that don't have the knowledge that obviously HSBC has, or the history there. China is uninvestable. So how does HSBC kind of frame their bullishness or their commitment to China when so many other folks just see red flags?
Yeah, there are lots of red flags. I agree, and you know, as you say, China is very much uninvestable, and the recent performance suggests so. And you know, we look into emerging markets, and we look at emerging markets excluding China, because China is such a big drag on EM outlook in general. But you know, we have to understand, you know, China is not the biggest contributor to pre-tax profit for HSBC. Right? Hong Kong is bigger. Some other markets is bigger. UK, other economies, Mexico, other businesses are very big, right? So you know, I think politically, you know, of course, I think they are quite tied as well to China. It's very difficult to get, you know, to leave the market, yep. And they've been in this market for quite a long time. They show commitment, and you know, just getting out of very rapidly, I think wouldn't be good for the bank who has been so long in this part of the world.
And Tomasz, when I look at some of the Bloomberg stories kind of calling out that they're taking an axe to global property exposure, we talk a lot about commercial real estate here in the U.S. and kind of the doldrums and uncertainty around that. How is that playing out for HSBC, again, given its exposure to Asia and to the UK?
Yes, of course. massively in more provision coming in 2024, unless there's a really another crisis in commercial real estate right now. If you look at LTVs, they're quite they're much healthier than the one in the UK. So I think UK is around 40 billion. The average in the UK was not as fast as in Asia. Definitely, if you look at the US, in the US it was much bigger. The average income they cut was more like almost 2 billion in 2024 and in 2023. And we know that the US is actually the one which is causing these troubles globally. So yeah, though, so in total they have around 80 billion of commercial real estate. And now this is the big unknown. We don't know what's going to happen. We see lots of provision and for some smaller internal banks as well, they use exposures. So definitely, you know, there can be some provision, but I think HTC have already done a lot of homework and they provision have quite heavily in 2024. It would be less of a worry for them.
All right, Tomasz, you cover a broad range of European banks here. When you talk to your institutional investor clients, are they bullish on the sector? Not so much, and why?
Yeah, that's a very interesting story because if you look at European banks, they're trying to get the lowest fee ratios in the last 50 years. Same level as we've seen in 2008, 2009 crisis, when the interest rate environment was compelling and interesting for banks from an interest income perspective, revenue perspective, etc. But nevertheless, no, there's not much. We don't see that reflected in the price and valuation. And there's definitely the worry around investors what's going to happen with commercial real estate. Is it going to be a bond that we're going to explode? We're going to see more provisioning. There's some other components from net revenue outlook. What's going to happen with interest rates? How quickly they're going to fall? How it's going to impact our yields, our margins, our net interest income? Because now we've been for 4 years in a very good environment where we were rising interest rate and rising revenues. But now I think the party is over, and now clients want to understand how banks position themselves for falling interest rates, how to position themselves for those increases, right? Most sanctions, for example, which are signed in February, you know, they need to understand, okay, revenue are going down, but what's going to happen with the costs? Are we going to keep this as well? Keep the efficiency at this level? Are we going to go down? So there are a lot of questions that investors are asking themselves to understand whether this low volatility is very, very attractive in the interest rate cycle.
Yeah, Tomasz, just again sticking with that theme, looking at the fact that you cover emerging Europe banks, are there names under your coverage that are at risk of kind of a quarter like we saw from HSBC?
You know, we are having standard chartered reporting on Friday, and I think there are definitely stories last week that they are looking to remarket their investment funds between the corporate and commercial institutional banking sector. So what it means for me, I think, when I look at this is, okay, standard chartered, I think, have been looking how to control cost base, and they see that revenues are going to slow down. So that's an interesting story to watch, to see what they're gonna do, what will determine how to address cost base, how they will address relatively low ROE prospects for the bank. HSBC 50% plus standard chartered is around 10%. So there's definitely some measures we have to take in European Investment Bank to bolster the efficiency. So definitely it's something we're gonna be following and watching closely. If you look at European banks, I think Deutsche Bank was an interesting case because of the commercial real estate and provisioning for US portfolio. But as I mentioned before, this is for Deutsche Bank is relatively small
Right.
share of the loans. So I really expect any problems there.
All right, Tomasz, great stuff. Tomasz Netzel, Senior EU Banks Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based in our European headquarters in London, Queen Victoria Street, right next to the Bank of England. Can't get any more downtown city of London than the Bank of England. We're going to have more coming up. This is flat stock for the tech sector, for the market overall. So let's just get a sense of what's happening out there in this marketplace here. Carol Pepper joins us. She's a founder and CEO of Pepper International, joining us on a Zoom call from NYC. Carol, thanks so much for joining us here. You know, I don't know if you're a tech geek or you're into this whole NVIDIA thing, but boy, it certainly had an impact on this market. Certainly AI has been a big narrative for this market. How do you think about that?
Well, AI is the next large trend that people need to ride. As you know, I manage money for family offices that have greater than $100 million in net worth. So we're always looking for the important long-term trends. And when NVIDIA burst on the scene and began to support the development of AI, it became a very interesting stock. The reporting today, whether it's up or down and whether the market likes it short term, it's a long-term play. So I tell people on a fear day when NVIDIA is perhaps down a bit, even perhaps after earnings are announced, it might go down slightly for a few days. That's what happens. That's a stock to buy over the long term. 10 years from now, you'll be very glad you bought that security because it's really a way to start riding the trend, as is Microsoft, by the way, because Microsoft is not going to let NVIDIA take that whole market. They're starting to develop some new technology as well toward AI.
So, Carol, what else do you like in the, call it AI semiconductor space then, if buying the dip or sell-off on NVIDIA and kind of the ripple effects does play out? Where else would you be looking to put money to work?
Well, I just think you want to go with a big basket if you can. So for a lot of the investors out there that aren't necessarily buying single stocks, you can look at even baskets like QQQ. There are other AI baskets that are going to be coming out very shortly. You know, I think you buy market leaders right now, so I would stick with NVIDIA for your main play on AI and Microsoft at the moment. It doesn't mean there won't be new players that are interesting coming forward, but at the moment, market leaders have continued to lead. So this has been a market where the biggest caps with the most money, whatever sector you're looking at, are leading. So don't get too cute. Buy the leaders just on a fear day when you can get in at a decent price.
All right, Carol, so you're mentioning NVIDIA, Microsoft, two of the Magnificent Seven, people wanting to call it the Fab Five as a shout-out to the Michigan basketball team. What's your take on the rest of the group, just given kind of the divide that we've seen with NVIDIA really kind of gearing on at this point?
Yeah, well, the one I would toss out, which is something that people get tossed out itself, is Tesla. I mean, I think Elon Musk is, his attention is too divided between too many things. It's becoming a political liability. He's putting himself far out of the spectrum. So that's the one that I would toss. I don't think you're going to be a market leader 5 years from now at all. Because his attention is too split and he's too troublesome. So I'd get rid of Tesla and I'd buy the others in the basket. My favorite stock for years and years has been Amazon. I think that will continue to be a strong leader. They continue to expand, and that they will take over the pharmacy space eventually. That's something they're trying to do, and that's a stock to watch.
Carol, you've been in this managing the wealth of these high net worth families for decades now. How has that changed? How has that business changed? What are your clients? Are your clients today different than maybe they were 20 years ago?
Yeah, I think family offices and high net worth individuals have been extremely sophisticated over the last 20 years. Most of them have pulled the asset allocation decision and the stock selection decision inside of their own private family offices. That's what I do. I act as a CFO to the single family offices. They used to give all of those decisions to the bank, but that's like, giving the fox the keys to the hen house. They understand that banks are actually like supermarkets, and you should go shopping at a bank with a list of what you want. For example, don't let the bank tell you how much large cap growth to put in your portfolios. You tell the bank what you want, and you let them show you the products that they have. So the power balance has really changed. Now we see family offices taking control of their risk appetite, their asset allocation. They're not following every trend that comes out on the street. You know, suddenly Germany's going to outperform the U.S. or some trend will be pushed by Wall Street for a few months and then fizzle. The families aren't buying it. You know, the families were out of China long before the general market was, because the bankers don't like to make mistakes, so they don't pivot very quickly. But the family offices can pivot in a day and change their mind about something. So that's why they tend to be really leading investors. They're into these trends long
maybe emerging technologies?
Yeah, I mean, family offices tend to look at direct smaller plays. So we go in at the very early stage, sometimes pre-seed or seed stage in the venture capital. We don't tend to be in the pink sheets or the small public. Those are difficult places. That's why you see now a lot more companies staying private and then going public with $1 billion valuation, because there's a graveyard, unfortunately, with a lot of small caps. They'll rally for a few days and then they'll die again. So we take the bets in the small companies in direct private equity, not so much fun, sometimes funds, but more direct, frankly, and then go for the market lead in the market. And that's how we sort of split the risk reward scenario there.
Hey, Carol, what do your clients ask for you as it relates to alternative investments? To the extent they have that itch, how do you scratch that?
Oh, well, alternatives are a huge part of family office portfolios. Sometimes they're 30-40% of portfolios. Why? Because again, family offices can go into things like venture debt. They can go into private lending. They can go into all kinds of, esoteric areas or very specialized real estate plays in an area that they know well. So alternatives are huge for family offices because generally there's more risk, there's less liquidity, but there's more return in alternatives, and that's something family offices can definitely handle. My family offices, I always have them have at least 2 years worth of expenses set aside in cash and money markets, earning 4 or 5%, and then we go take risk with longer term money. So they're very open and very interested in alternatives. Alternatives in real estate, funding biotechs, funding, research, genetic research. There's all sorts of very, very interesting deals that go family office to family office and never see the inside of JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs.
Carol, during my day job when I'm not hanging out with Paul, I write about the IPO market, and it still very much feels when I talk to venture capitalist investors as well as kind of some of the crossover funds that it is a investor-friendly market where you can walk away on valuation or pick up some of these shares of companies in the private markets at a steep discount. How are you putting money to work in the private arena, and how has that really shifted from a peak, just over 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think the private market, obviously, you can't expect a big and quick in and out right now. Markets are still very tenuous. I think they'll get less tenuous when rates come down a bit, so that financing gets easier. But things have not, people are out there trying to beat up the small companies and get in at a good valuation. And, a valuation for a company that might have been 20 million is now 5, and it's heartbreaking for the entrepreneurs. So you can pick up some discounts in that respect because they're just people that couldn't get funded. But you still have to look for the fundamentals, which is a very strong team, a very strong, go back to Michael Porter, Competitive Advantage, Harvard Business School, read that book, it's a classic. Why is this company in existence and why should it win? Because if there's no winning strategy, it doesn't matter how cheap you get the company, it's just going to die. Because a lot of these companies are dying now because the old model was you just live on rounds and rounds of financing until eventually you pop. That model's gone. There's less tolerance for continually refunding a company that can't make earnings, unless it's led by somebody huge, like the founder of Uber or something, where that guy knows how to do it. But for new startups, you're looking for cash flow a lot earlier, and people are raising smaller rounds, so you sprinkle into some small pre-seed rounds and then help the company grow is more of the strategy these days, in my experience.
Carol, we only have about 30 seconds left. One of the stocks we talked about at the top of the show, Palo Alto Networks, down 26%. This is a big cybersecurity play. Are those the type of sell-offs that you would look to buy?
Absolutely. I don't happen to know that company very well, but yes. I mean, the market swings a lot, so you should have your favorite names, know why you like them, know how they're going to fit into your portfolio and what size you want, and then wait for the fear day. There'll be a fear day for NVIDIA too. Even though it's so high, people have said to me, I can't get in. People were saying that about Amazon 10 years ago. Oh, it's too high, I can't get in. So those value guys miss the entire run. So just, hold your breath, hold your nose, and
Thank you very much, Paul, Bailey, and Lisa. The European Union approved a modest new package of sanctions. Says it's preparing additional major sanctions to hold Russia accountable for the death of the Putin critic. Donald Trump is doubling down on comparing his criminal indictments to the circumstances of Navalny. Trump held a town hall with Fox News last night in which he suggested he also could become a political prisoner.
I got indicted 4 times. I have 8 or 9 trials, all because of the fact that and you know this, all because of the fact that I'm in politics. They indicted me on things that are so ridiculous.
The former president, however, never condemned Putin for Navalny's death. New York Attorney General Letitia James says that she is prepared to seize Donald Trump's assets if he does not come up with a $355 million fine for a judge that ordered him to pay as punishment for a decade of fraud. Trump insisted banks liked doing business with him and said there was no victim.
Financial frauds are not victimless crimes. He engaged in this massive amount of fraud, and it wasn't just a simple mistake, a slight oversight. The variations were wildly exaggerated, and the extent of the fraud was staggering.
Trump said the penalty against him would drive other businesses out of New York. American government lawyers say that WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange should face espionage charges in the U.S. because he put innocent lives at risk and went beyond journalism. His bid to solicit, steal, and indiscriminately publish classified U.S. government documents. U.S. lawyers are at Britain's High Court. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
NVIDIA has a lot to do with those tech losses. After it reports, after the bell, some high expectations there for NVIDIA. We shall see what happens after the close when they open their books. Traders also sifting through minutes from the Fed's last meeting, looking for any clues as to the central bank's next steps. We also had Fed Bank Richmond President Thomas Barkin. He said recent economic data, it showed how price pressures in some sectors, they're just still too high, despite those improvements in overall inflation. Yields are higher. The 2-year yield at 4.63%, the 10-year at 4.29%. And on the commodities front, we have COMEX gold lower at $2,035 an ounce, spot gold at $2,024 an ounce, and oil, NYMEX crude $77 a barrel, Brent crude $82 a barrel. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Bailey Lipschultz, Paul Sweeney here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Bailey, you know it's bad when your cab driver says, "Are you going to be listening to the NVIDIA call today?"
No way.
I mean, this is going to be this thing. So the implied volatility, which you showed me from the Bloomberg terminal, is 10% for a company with a 1.7 trillion market cap. That could be some shekels gained and lost here coming up soon. Gene Munster joins us because we have to get the bottom line here, and Gene can certainly do that. Gene Munster is a managing partner, co-founder of Deepwater Asset Management, who's been all over the tech space for decades. Hey, Gene, have you ever seen anything like this where a company has not only a big impact, I guess, on itself, on even in its sector, but also the broader market mentality, and really outsized, isn't it?
Absolutely. Answer your question. I maybe seen it back when the iPod, iPhone was starting to get going. It had an outsized impact on overall tech, but if you put that in perspective, that was iPhone 16 years ago, so it's been a long time. When you think about the transformation of AI, it's understandable that NVIDIA's got the attention and the expanding market cap that it's had over the past year, because of course it is in a pole position, it is benefiting tremendously from this AI infrastructure. That, of course, is all in the rear view mirror, and it's all about looking forward. But to answer your question, this is a pretty special time for it. One just final thought, outside of their earnings here, if I look back over the past year and look what's happened to NVIDIA relative to expectations, how they beat expectations, what they've done to guidance, that period, those 3 quarters, that's something I have never seen. Multi-billion-dollar company beating by 30, 40, 50%, guiding up by 20%, and then beating that upward guide by another 30, 40%. It is simply breathtaking from a tech investor's perspective.
Yeah, folks, and what you just heard is really has some gravitas because Gene's been investing and analyzing tech companies for decades here. He's seen them from the cradle to the grave. So that means something. 1.7 trillion market cap company here. Stocks up 230% over the trailing 12 months. So Gene, that tells me, boy, the bar is extraordinarily high here. What's a win for this company? What's a loss for this company here after the close?
I don't know what the stock's going to do tomorrow. It's hard, really, when you see that kind of volatility built in the options. That means there's a lot of jockeying beyond what's going on with kind of fundamental investors. So anything can happen. The stock could be up big on the print and could fade tomorrow. The opposite could happen. From my perspective, what is most important is understanding how the
looks like? Is it just continuing to grow the AI pie, if you will, or is it being able to fend off would-be rivals?
Well, I think that just the pie, the TAM expansion, this has been one of the talking points from AMD. If you look at what they've said at their analyst day last fall versus what they've said a month ago, they've basically said that their addressable market would 4x, and that was 3-4 months ago, and a month ago they said it would 2x from that 4x. I mean, these are just, it's mind-boggling kind of how fast these numbers are going up. And the reason why they're saying that is they're seeing the order flow. And so ultimately, NVIDIA's got an amazing product. They've got a product cycle coming up. They have basically a code and operating system that works around what these chips do. It's a developer platform. That's a better way to say it. So, but if they've got such high market share right now, 85% in the GPU market, it's really about continuing to expand the TAM, and I think that that's ultimately going to happen. I'm in the camp that AI is going to be more transformative, twice as transformative what the internet has been, which is hard to wrap your head around that, but I think that there's NVIDIA is just in a great position relative to that opportunity.
Well, Gene, one of my questions is, just as a layperson here as it relates to tech spending, how much of this tech spending associated with AI do you believe is incremental versus maybe just shifting it around from other budgets here?
The most commentary we've heard is from those big tech companies. Those are the hyperscalers. That's the companies like Google and Meta, Microsoft. Apple hasn't said as much, but they're going to get more into this. But what they've shared is that it is incremental. They've talked about their typical run rate of CapEx. Let's just call that at a typical growth rate of 10-15% a year. And those growth rates, the spending in CapEx is going to go up, call it 25-30%. This is an average if you look at some of those big companies. So this is incremental. I mean, they're seeing this as you have to pay to play to invest in the future. And so I think it is incremental. When you kind of process, like go through the theory of this incremental spend, that's how you get expanding addressable markets, is when you get that incremental spend. When things are shuffling around, it's hard to get those expanding markets, but in this case, I think it is true. This is just new infrastructure that's being built, largely on GPUs versus the old infrastructure on CPUs, and that is incremental spend.
Gene, as we've seen the valuations skyrocket, it's leaping above a number of well-known names, the Metas, the Berkshires of the world. Can it catch Microsoft? Microsoft is just south of $3 trillion in market value compared to NVIDIA's 1.7.
I think the AI opportunity is big enough that it can catch that. If in fact I'm right, and I mean our firm, this is the firm, people at our firm believes this is 99 on the scale of 0 to 100 is AI. Electricity is 100. It's that close. It's 50. If that's true, yes, continues to be this upside to. I don't want to get carried away, by the way, in the moment of kind of the hype. I'm just trying to step back, and again, I don't know what the stock is going to do tomorrow, but I do have a sense about how impactful AI is ultimately going to be. And so, what is that kind of that high end of market cap expansion? When I was talking about that fourth point, sovereign nations, this is countries needing to have their own AI to really reflect their intelligence and culture. I mean, these are some pretty bold and big objectives that these very deep pockets are going after. And when you think about that,
Amazon in market cap, you have to ask yourself, what is the fundamental business that NVIDIA is in versus all these other giants, which have, if you look at the sum of the parts valuation, they've got multiple businesses. So really expectations are getting ahead of themselves, and there will be a point where it will be hard to just manage expectations. And I think NVIDIA probably is at that point.
Shares are down about 2%. Cybersecurity company Palo Alto Networks, they cut its annual revenue forecast, and that has shares really getting bid up. They're down about 26%. Cisco Systems, they plan to borrow from the U.S. high-grade bond market to partly finance its proposed $28 billion acquisition of Splunk. Now, its shares are down. Well, they're a little changed right now. And Ford, they're slashing prices of its electric Mustang. Sales fell 51% in January when those tax incentives were taken out. Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief Dave Welch, he says loosening rules and regulations around EVs, that could help, but don't expect lawmakers to do that.
It was such a big fight to get all these different incentives approved, and there was very much a desire by Senator Manchin and a lot of Republicans to make sure that these incentives didn't just help China continue to grow its EV supply chain, and I just don't see the flexibility coming in because it was such a battle to get this approved in the first place.
Deal-making news. Oma Bravo weighing a sale of JD Power for about $8 billion.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, a quick data check here. The markets are pretty calm here. The S&P and the Dow off about 0.1%. The Nasdaq's off about 0.5%. Volume's a little bit lighter. Maybe people are just waiting for those NVIDIA earnings, which could have a big impact on the market. We'll see. Yields slightly higher. The 10-year Treasury 4.28%. WTI crude oil up about 50 cents, $77.15 per barrel for WTI crude oil. With our news in New York City.
Thank you very much, Paul, Bailey, and Lisa. Breaking news, the University of Alabama at Birmingham has paused IVF treatments as it examines a ruling by the state Supreme Court that determined that frozen embryos should be considered children. A spokesperson for the university says, while we are saddened, we must evaluate the potential that our patients and our physicians could be prosecuted criminally. The Alabama Supreme Court ruling could leave those who destroy frozen embryos liable for wrongful death. The Biden administration is rolling out another round of student debt relief worth about $1.2 billion. More from Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari in Washington.
This one will affect somewhere around 150,000 people. In all, the White House says they've given relief to 3.9 million borrowers, but that is a lot less than they originally hoped for. Their original plans were blocked by the Supreme Court. As you look to this election year for President Biden, this was a major promise he made. This was something really important to a lot of younger voters who supported him. They've really, in polling, fallen away from Biden. So this may be one of his last kind of chances to try to bring them on board and show that he's done something for them.
Bloomberg Government's Jonathan Tamari. Former President Donald Trump's campaign spent more than it took in last month. According to the Federal Election Commission, Trump's campaign took in $8.8 million, but doled out $11.4 million in January. The Trump-allied Political Action Committee spent $2.9 million on legal fees in January alone. Some scary moments on board an American Airlines flight from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Chicago. Passengers say a man sitting at an emergency exit tried to open the plane door mid-flight. Several passengers wrestled the man down.
When I
sort of fallen through the cracks here. And lawmakers are gone. That's why I'm up here hanging out with you. They decided to take a 2-week recess, knowing that they would have 3 days left when they got back to finish this. Let's go home, everybody. And so I'm not sure how we're going to avoid it.
So, I mean, I don't know, just to this layperson, the Republicans control the House. If the House doesn't get something done, don't they take the blame for that? What's the political
That's frequently how that works, yes. And you've got a speaker now with a essentially a 2-seat spread here, which means it's going to be really hard to get anything done. You see, he was at Mar-a-Lago over the weekend taking pictures with Donald Trump, and a lot of folks are referring to Donald Trump as the Speaker of the House.
There's a good golf. All right, Balance of Power coming up in just moments with Joe Matthew and his team. They will break down all of the activity and shenanigans happening in Washington, D.C. We're going to just keep focused on the markets here. Just a little bit of red on the screen. Not going to oversell here. Again, market potentially market moving item would be the NVIDIA rises here from close. It's got a big impact on tech and other industries as well. Maybe the market in general. We'll bring that to you, of course, after the close. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Republicans prepare to give up the ghost on a government shutdown. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as House leaders wrap their annual retreat in Florida with expectations for, yes, a shutdown that could begin just over 2 weeks. We're going to get the latest from Jack Fitzpatrick at Bloomberg Government. He's got his finger on the pulse on Capitol Hill. Nikki Haley may be down on the polls, but she just outraised Donald Trump for the first time. We'll get into the campaign ahead with Patrick Murray, director of the Monmouth University Polling Institute. And as Donald Trump floats his VP shortlist, a lot of familiar names here. We'll have analysis from our panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Chapin Fay, Republican strategist at Actum. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's get to trading right now with the man, Charlie Pallett. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. All about NVIDIA. Yeah, we got the Fed minutes coming up 2 o'clock Wall Street time. The big focus is on what happens with NVIDIA after the close of trading. Right to the numbers, because we got NVIDIA down now by 2.1% ahead of earnings. Right now, NVIDIA's at 679.89. Not the only company reporting today after the bell. We're also hearing from Analog Devices. That stock higher now by 2%. And another tech name after the bell today, Synopsys. But yes, the major focus will be on NVIDIA. The stock now down by just about 2.1%. Ivan Feinseth is a technology analyst with Tigris Financial. He was interviewed this morning about NVIDIA on surveillance.
You know, the stock has become, the major focus of the market. So they're just waiting to see what the results are, to see if they can continue to grow at this rapid pace and how it will continue to power so many other companies.
Conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast. S&P right now lower by 8, down 1.10%. Tech leading the way lower. We got NASDAQ at 15,550, down 80 points right now. Drop there of 0.5%. Dow Industrials down 70 points, down 70. A drop there of 0.1%. Taylor at 4.30%. 2-year now 4.64%. Spot gold is lower now, a little change down $1 the ounce to 2023. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, 77.84. So again, recapping, NVIDIA lower ahead of earnings. NVIDIA down 2.3%. S&P down now by 0.2%. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here he is, your host, Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Charlie Pallett. Great to see you, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. And of course, have a constant connection to what's happening in the nation's capital, where most people are gone. Lawmakers on recess, and as we told you, Republican leaders holding forth the big confab in Miami and Mandarin. Real deals. Leadership retreat over the weekend. And generating some news. Guys like Bob Good, the Freedom Caucus, are saying it out loud. Reports suggest that guys like the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, are saying it quietly behind closed doors. The government's going to start shutting down pretty soon. The first of tip sheets when you read the terminal would suggest that this might be unavoidable. What's your view?
It's not unavoidable yet. I'm not hearing absolute alarm bells, straight up warnings that there will be a shutdown. But there are a few really tough issues. One just being the calendar, the fact that the first 4 of 12 bills are March 1st, and the House doesn't come back until February 28th. Second, they have just struggled with a variety of issues. Not one issue that's holding them up, but there was never an initial agreement on how to approach policy riders. The questions of are we going to make any major policy changes when we fund the government? The House Republicans are pushing for a ton of things. They've had to send up, usually when the subcommittee leaders who write the bills can't solve every problem, they send up problems to the full committee leaders or even to the speaker. They've had to send up more issues than ever before, according to Mike Simpson, who's in charge of funding the Department of the Interior, as one example. So there are maybe dozens of just unsolved policy debates and not a lot of time. So it's a very challenging situation, but theoretically they can solve this, get to a handshake deal, put a bill out, and vote on it in time if everybody is determined to do so.
We talked to Tom Emmer about this last week. Jack, he told us on Bloomberg that the government was not going to shut down and that there would not be another CR, that they were going to have a minibus approach, put some bills together, try to get some fast action on the floor. If that happens, are we talking about fulfilling the rest of the fiscal year? Is this in fact a short term in the end that gets us through a month? Because I know you're looking at April 30th. At that point, if it's not figured out, we have an across-the-board budget cut that was baked in the cake consequence as part of a deal that Kevin McCarthy made, and it looks like we might actually see that happen.
Yes, so there is not much of a short-term solution if they trip over their own feet over the next week or so. If they cannot meet these March 1st and March 8th deadlines, the House Republicans are so determined not to put forth another continuing resolution that the vote counting will be very, very difficult. You do face the threat of a loss if they're relying on a stopgap beyond April 30th. So that adds another layer, another dimension to the negotiations. They have not figured out exactly how they're going to package these, so I've asked a number of lawmakers, is it going to be a 4-bill package followed by a 8-bill package as the last stopgap would indicate? There's not specifically a plan on how many bills they vote on at each time. So that's another thing that they have to figure out very, very quickly before holding these votes.
Got to ask you about this game of Survivor that's being played in the House here as we spend time with Jack Fitzpatrick on Bloomberg Radio and on YouTube. Jack, the idea of potentially being fired is driving a lot of decision making for Speaker Johnson, and the idea is that, well, if he does a continuing resolution or maybe does a minibus approach, that members of the Freedom Caucus, maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene, will trigger a motion to vacate. There could be many different opportunities for this to happen. Enter Josh Gottheimer. He's got a resolution. This is a Democrat, of course. A resolution that would essentially have newer rules applied to the motion to vacate, would give Democrats a chance to help protect the Speaker. Is this the beginning of some grand deal that Mike Johnson might use to preserve the speakership?
There are a few reasons to think that he might need to end up relying on Democratic votes or non-votes. For one, if he's trying to get a majority in a vote for Speaker, then Democrats can help him, not necessarily by voting for him, but by declining to cast a vote, which would lower the threshold. It seems right now the biggest threat would be over the way these immigration talks and Ukraine aid have kind of melted down, and if he does do something on Ukraine aid without a grand deal on immigration. But since there are some centrists pushing for a vote on at least limited measures, you look to Representative Gottheimer. I spoke briefly to Representative Golden, Jerry Golden from Maine, who said he wants to talk to the Speaker about that kind of scenario. There may be Democratic help coming, depending on exactly what the deal is. There are not a ton of Democrats who want to broadcast that they would vote for a Republican or sit out a vote, but it is potentially on the table.
All right, Jack Fitzpatrick, thank you, sir. As always, reporting for Bloomberg Government. Make sure to subscribe to Jack's newsletter, by the way, on budget at the terminal and at Bloomberg.com. I'm Joe Matthew at World Headquarters in New York. When you consider the lack of action, I mean, I don't know if any of that made sense to you, but it does seem that we're careening toward a continue the conversation with Patrick Murray. He's joining us from Monmouth University's Polling Institute, where he is the director of operations. Patrick, it's great to see you. We tend to ask you about presidential favorability, approval ratings, and the horse race on the campaign trail, which I will ask you about. But how's Congress doing these days? We talk so much about Joe Biden's approval rating. Are we in the single digits? Where's Congress in terms of Americans' views of what they're getting done?
Yeah, well, we're not quite at the single digits, but we're getting close. 14% of Americans approve of the job that Congress is doing. 79% disapprove. And while we've seen numbers that are very close to that before, that 79% number is the highest that we've seen since we started polling nationally back in 2013. So there's a record high congressional disapproval right now.
A record high. I guess there's always room for new records. You're Patrick.
You think. We're getting pretty close to where you can't get them anymore.
But that's actually very true. When you play them against Joe Biden's approval numbers, it starts to put things in context here a little bit. America is sick of Washington, period.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Biden's numbers are in the high 30s to 40%. In most polls, it was 38 in our poll. But Congress, those numbers have just been, for the last decade, have just been bad. Even if I think that we've seen them as high as 35, closing in on 40%. But they've been in the 20s for most of the past decade, and that's because of we were just talking about it. Congress is broken; they can't get together on big ticket items. Is that they're looking to protect their flanks, and that trickles down. That's part of the problem that we've seen in our polling all along. Is that people say they want bipartisanship. We've asked them some questions about this. They always say they want bipartisanship, but in the end, I think some of these leaders know that you have to play to your wings, the extremes of your wings if you're going to get reelected in a potentially contested primary, and that's what it seems all about. So then, in the end, Congress is broken, and it's reflected in these poll results that we get.
Well, I'll tell you, for Joe Biden, it's got to be a head scratcher for the administration. We spend so much time here talking about stronger than expected economic data recently, whether it's the job market, whether it's overall economic growth by way of GDP, whether it's prices. That's another problem here, of course, with inflation being a little hotter than expected at the beginning of this year. And you found just a third of Americans, 1/3, feel they're benefiting from this current economy. It's not likely to get a lot better between now and the election, Patrick.
And that's one of the things that I've been explaining to folks over the past few years is that this inflation factor is something that we haven't dealt with for basically a generation. So we've asked the same question about the growing economy, and it includes a couple of things that hadn't happened during the pandemic, such as high Dow Jones average and low unemployment and so forth. But now we're back to that situation. So we were asking the same question that we asked before the pandemic. And Joe Biden does a lot worse than his two predecessors on this mark. As you mentioned, 33% say they're getting some benefit from this growing economy. 40% say they're not getting any benefit at all. And, if you look at Trump and if you look at Obama, we asked the question about American return, it was only about a quarter of Americans who said that they were getting any benefit from growing the economy then. And I think the difference that we have with Joe Biden is that the numbers were better in past administrations because it was coming off against pretty consistent boom with just some roadblocks or road bumps along the way. simple sense that in big boom times, with or without, that the rising tide raises all boats. I think those kind of makes sense, and it's not here. And it's interesting that that's the one thing, because when we ask about student loans, majority of voters overall are against it, including Democrats, are against relieving all debt, because there's a sense that you entered that debt. But it's different among black voters, it's different among Hispanic voters, and that's a core group that Biden needs to get back on his side. He still has a majority of them supporting him, but nowhere near the 2/3 or more majority that he had in 2020.
Patrick, we started our conversation talking about Congress' woeful approval ratings. If we have a shutdown, I suspect that this polls pretty consistently. When you're looking at blame games, what people think of Congress, would that be something Republicans should worry about, or both parties?
I think, in the end, it's both parties should worry about it. Republicans maybe a little bit more, because we've seen this game play out a little bit as partisan voters get more entrenched in supporting one side or the other. It doesn't matter what happens, they blame the other side. But there still is a core group of voters. They're small, they're going to be decisive in a high turnout election where a lot of these margins are going to be very thin, both for the president, electoral colleges in key states, but also for some members of Congress up for re-election, where the sense that Congress is broken, those voters are voters who are unhappy with a focus on social issues like abortion. They want to go back to bread and butter issues. What are you doing on taxes? What are you doing on the economy? And this kind of sense that you can't keep the government open will probably, on the margin, have more of a negative impact on Republicans and Democrats.
Patrick Murray, you have the best background on the show so far today. If you were with us on YouTube, you'd see my favorite Richard Nixon poster behind him there. It's great to see you, Patrick. Come back and see you soon. From Monmouth University, he's the director of the Polling Institute. A deep dive, a great clinic with Patrick here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Stay tuned.
Wow, I feel bad, guys. You've got a college kid too. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'll just have to hold on to something, I guess, when this is released after 4 o'clock. So in the meantime, everyone's on the campaign death watch here for Nikki Haley, right? The whole question every day since New Hampshire is, well, is she going to stay in the race? When's she dropping out of the race? Does she go through New Hampshire? Does she go through South Carolina? What if she's embarrassed? We'll take a look at the fundraising numbers that were released. The deadline was last night. Maybe we're not dropping out anytime soon because guess what? Nikki Haley outraised Donald Trump for the first time. We're looking at January numbers here. And it looks pretty good for the Haley campaign. The question is, I guess, will it matter? And that's where we bring in Wendy Benjaminson. Let's go back to Washington and find Bloomberg's senior Washington editor. It's great to see you, Wendy. I wonder your thoughts when we pick through the numbers here. Both Joe Biden and Nikki Haley are outraising Donald Trump. Should that tell us something?
Well, it tells us that there's a lot of people with money behind Nikki Haley. We've known this. She is banking literally on Wall Street and other banking industry donors to keep her campaign alive. The trouble is it's not translating into Republican primary votes. So, yes, she has tenacity. And as one sort of political watcher said, tenacity is a good quality in a president. Yes, but to be president, she has to be elected. She is going to stay in the race, she says, through at least Super Tuesday, which is early March. She is going to face what to other politicians could be a humiliating loss Saturday in her own home state, where she's the governor, and Trump is outpolling her 2-1. And then she'll try for Super Tuesday. The trouble is these primaries also give you delegates that you take to the convention and become the nominee with. And he has more than she does. So even though she may have more cash than he does, he's got more delegates.
He's got more delegates, and he's the king of earned media, right, as we say, and hasn't been spending a lot of money in South Carolina because apparently, Wendy, he doesn't need to. As we learned as well, his leadership PAC, Save America, had to spend another almost $3 million on legal expenses last month.
Right.
So he
Yeah,
better
he's
keep
spending all that money on lawyers. Right. And that money right now will run out. The lawyers, it's expensive, right? The criminal lawyers are expensive, civil lawyers are expensive, and that money that he has that he can legally use to pay the lawyers will run out mid-year. So he will be trying, obviously, to raise more of that from those sources because honestly, keeping the lawyers happy is almost more important to his future right now than running in a race he's already won.
Meanwhile, Joe Biden is a cash machine. He's going to have quite a war chest when this really gets to be a general election spending contest. It's been impressive. He's spending the week on the West Coast, or most of it, raising money. He's got a lot more to raise here. Does he know how to use it in a campaign against Donald Trump? It's going to be a lot different than last time.
It is going to be a lot different this time around. He is talking about spending even more time talking about what he sees as Donald Trump's failings, both personal and professional, through the campaign. He'll be advertising on that. But, what our polling and other polling is showing is that voters really want to hear about the future. Okay, you are going to run for president. Again, this is what Biden I'm talking about. You are 81 years old. You're talking a lot about the past. Talk about the future. And there are some who are even advocating him to use the bully pulpit of the Oval Office to go out and really push in a nationally televised speech for the aid to Ukraine, which House Republicans are blocking. He really wants it. So they're saying, use your power to speak. Because when he does speak, people do actually listen to him.
Those calls continue to come in, and it's a venue that he is underused. Wendy, you wonder if we're in for a speech at some point, an address to the nation at some point soon on that matter. Of course, he's got a State of the Union right around the corner as well. I'm just picking through some of these filings, though. Look at RFK Jr., $2.7 million. He spent $3.2 million. Is he going to be out of business at some point soon? We keep trying to figure out when Nikki Haley is going to drop out potentially. How about RFK Jr.?
RFK Jr., I don't know how he's going to keep doing his support has remained long as he has money, he will stay in to provide some alternative to people. And remember, our poll shows he polls for both Trump and Biden supporters, depending on which side Kennedy you were focused on.
Then there's Dean Phillips. Now, a lot of folks might not realize he's still in the race, the congressman from Minnesota. He loaned his campaign another $1 million when he ended the month with just $200,000 on hand. What are we doing here?
He is very much trying to get a message out. You know, he visited with us when we were in New Hampshire for the primary. He really feels it's important to keep the message going that Joe Biden is too old, that Joe Biden doesn't deserve a second term, and that it's time to go to someone else. But clearly, no Democratic primary voters are buying his argument or buying into his campaign. And at some point, I would think his own accountants will say, "We've made good money after bad, knock it off."
Yeah, but so is it just too fun? Like, I mean, I really want to kind of get inside the brain here a little bit. Another $1 million. Maybe he's having a blast.
Maybe he is. You know, he certainly was animated in New Hampshire, and he got some votes. And you know, maybe it's, and if you're that wealthy, maybe that's fun to do. But I've never spoken to anyone who has run for president in my entire life who said it was fun.
Fair enough. Although, gosh, he got a lot of attention, and his schedule isn't quite like the others. You made a reference to a line that I think came out of this op-ed editorial board that the Wall Street Journal wrote about Nikki Haley. We'll get back to where we started with everybody asking when Nikki Haley drops out. She's being commended in this op-ed. The board writes, Haley's refusal to quit is showing tenacity. That is an important trait in a president. Is there a world in which we could look back at this period of time and say she was the only one who knew what she was doing?
Only one who knew what she was doing? I don't know. But she certainly is presenting a reasonable alternative to Donald Trump. The trouble is that Republican primary voters, who are the people who are so interested in Republican politics that they will vote, you know, in February, and not, you know, when everyone else is in November. Those people, those primary voters aren't, as to use the metaphor from earlier, buying what she's selling. They don't want an alternative to Donald Trump. So her best hope to even be a part of the discussion after March of being president of the United States would be to run independently or as a third party, choosing all that Wall Street money that she's been collecting, but she's saying that's not in the cards.
We got to put Wendy on the spotlight for this. You see this Trump town hall last night. He kicked out the short list, or at least kind of not a long short list for VP. These are all familiar names: Wendy Benjaminson, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, Ron DeSantis, Byron Donalds, Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard. Do any of them actually get the job?
That came out of left field.
Yeah.
Sure, any one of them could get the job, depending on what Trump's mood is the day he decides to announce. But I really think it's to him. It's going to be who shows the most loyalty, who shows the most fealty, and that will mean the sort of trick he does, where he'll say something super outrageous, you know, something that just jaw drops to everyone in politics, and then he'll wait for one of them to support him on that. And if they sufficiently support him, they very likely will be on the ticket. We'll see. He says he wants someone who, if, you know, God forbid something happens, will be a great president.
Yeah,
That's sort of the baseline for picking a runner.
I feel like we're heading for Kristi Noem, but I can't say that on the air, Wendy, so I won't. Great to see you.
Okay, don't say that on the air.
Keep
Me
it
too.
safe in Washington, D.C. Wendy Benjaminson, our senior editor in the nation's capital. We're going to assemble the panel next. Let's bring you up to date first on world and national news. Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. House Republicans are grilling President Biden's brother behind closed doors today. James Biden is testifying before the House Oversight and Judiciary Committees as part of the impeachment inquiry into the president. GOP lawmakers claim the president improperly profited from his family's overseas business dealings while Vice President in the Obama administration. President Biden is calling out Donald Trump for his response to the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. In a video posted online today, Biden said Trump and other Republicans refused continues to hold Vladimir Putin responsible for Navalny's death.
Trump said Navalny's death made him realize how bad America is. He said, and I quote, "We are a nation in decline, a failing nation."
5 doors, 3 previous owners, and a reverse parking camera, which meant you could finally parallel park in less than 10 moves. At AutoTrader, we know what your car is really worth. Join the millions who value their car with AutoTrader, Britain's biggest matchmaker. To verify, email brand at autotrader.co.uk.
Down 95 from there of 0.3%. On Nasdaq is down by 0.8%. 10-year 4.30%. The 2-year 4.65%. We do have those Fed minutes coming up at 2 o'clock Wall Street time. Mortgage rates crept higher last week, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Fidel Giudice.
Mortgage rates topped 7% for the first time since December, a threat to the housing recovery. Mortgage rates are twice as high as 2021, though off their peak